Test, test.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. Please be sure you speak directly into a microphone so that the public can hear your comments and an accurate record of the meeting is made. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. Comments should be limited to the topic of the items identified on the agenda. Per the Commission Rules of Procedure, comments should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to motives and personalities. It is important that we have an orderly and efficient meeting and ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. It is also important that everyone has an equal amount of time to speak at 3 minutes. Therefore, speakers will not be allowed to exceed their time to another or concede their time to another speaker. I will now call this special meeting of the Board of Commissioners for Monday, August 24th, 2026 to order. Clerk, announce the meeting and call the roll, please.
Good evening. You're hereby notified that a special meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, is scheduled to be conducted in a hybrid format on Monday, August 24th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. to receive public comment regarding the amended 2026 and 2027 city and county budgets, and for the governing body's intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate and consideration of a resolution and ordinance approving the same. The meeting will be conducted in the Commission Chambers, lobby level of the Municipal Office Building, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. Roll call. Burns?
Here.
Ramirez?
Here.
Hill?
Here.
Pacheco?
Here.
Lopez?
Here.
Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Bynum? Here. Kump?
Here.
Howard? Watson?
Here. All right. This evening, the governing body is conducting a combined public hearing to receive comments regarding the governing body's intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate, as well as comments regarding the proposed 2026 amended budget and the proposed 2027 budget. Speakers may address the governing body on both issues at the same time. I'll ask our interim county administrator, Alan House, to make opening remarks.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Are we not saying the Pledge of Allegiance or anything? Is that not part tonight? Okay.
Nope.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. So tonight we'll have a presentation from our budget team and our budget director, Reginald Lindsay. And a reminder that tonight is it's not a vote on the mill rate, it's the vote to whether to exceed revenue neutral. And the vote on the budget, which will potentially come next week or when you all adopt the budget, that is what will set the mill rate that is adopted in the budget. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lindsay for a presentation.
Thank you, Interim County Administrator House. Tonight I have joining me CFO Shelley Knieven, Dr. Shelley Knieven, also Deputy CFO Debbie Johncher.
Hey, Reggie,
and also,
can you pull that a little closer?
and also our Research Manager, Mike Grimm. So today what we're here to discuss is final public hearing. We're going to communicate and clarify the upcoming proposed 2027 budget. We're also here to take a pulse of the community on the direction of the budget proposal. Also, we're here to have a revenue neutral hearing. So we want to gather the public's comment regarding the property tax mill rates for the proposed budget, and also to vote whether to exceed the revenue neutral rate or not. Currently, we are in the final stage of our budget process, which began back in January with a commission retreat, and then we had another commission retreat in February, and then we had a department retreat in March. And so we have marched through the budget process, and so far I've had 11 budget workshops, which brings us here tonight for our public hearing. So what we share so far in the budget process is we've had dot talk back in April, and also we leveraged the community survey and other input for budget trade-offs. And tonight we're here to have a budget hearing. So one thing that we have found along the way is that residents want to understand the connection of what they pay for and what they receive in services. Some of the key insights that we found were context matters. Residents show mixed support for special sales tax. Support is more actionable when tied to clear, dedicated purposes. Also, residents support services they regularly use while also questioning the value they receive from their tax dollars. The highest priorities are streets, public safety, overall appearance of neighborhoods, and expanding access to shelters for unhoused population. Continue to balance our budget when cutting costs and finding new revenues are key to our physical health. Growth is necessary through economic development, but should come with clear benefit to the community. Commission priorities provided a framework for evaluating where we were with our budget and building our budget, and so also how we track what we put into the budget. And those commission priorities are uphold physical sustainability, foster economic development, focus on service and communication, and improve infrastructure. Current slide shows where property taxes go within the county. Going down the left-hand side of the page, we have some of the taxing entities within Wyandotte County, which we have Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County, the city of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, also the different school districts, and also the community college, and also the library and the state. So on the first pie chart, we can see residents in Kansas City, Kansas. They pay 23% of the tax dollar. And while in Wyandotte County, 22% of the tax dollar goes to pay property taxes. And this is for a resident in Kansas City, Kansas who lives in the USD 500. The USD 500 is 33% of that tax dollar. As we move over to Turner, we can see things stay steady with the city of Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County having 23% and 22% of the tax dollar, while the school district in Turner is 35% of the tax dollar. Over in Piper, does change a little bit for Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. Both of those each pay 21% of the tax dollar, while Piper School District is 39% of the tax dollar. Over in Bonner Springs, Wyandotte County is 24% of the tax dollar, while Bonner Springs is 35%. Bonner
Reggie,
Springs.
can you hold on for a second? Can we make sure we have our phones muted? Please, thank you. We just need to make sure the phone, you can't hear? Okay, Reg, you just need to talk more clearly in the microphone. Thank you. You're welcome.
So Bonner Springs School District is 35% of the tax dollar over in Bonner Springs. As we move over to Edwardsville, we can see the Edwardsville or the Bonner Springs School District, which is the USD 204, is 34% of the tax dollar, while Wyandotte County is 23% of the tax dollar, and Edwardsville is also 23% of the tax dollar. So our total budget that we're proposing for the 2027 proposed budget is a $551 million budget. That budget funds 32 different funds. And one of the things that we're here to focus on tonight are the tax levy funds. So some of the funds within this $550 million budget are special revenue funds, which make up 7% of this $551 million, and then enterprise funds, which make up 22%. And then we have the county general fund, which makes up 19%, and the city general fund, which makes up 37%. So the city general fund and the county general fund are tax levy funds, and those are where property taxes go into and are the funds that we are here to focus on tonight. Current slide gives an example of if we're not to exceed the revenue neutral rate and also exceed the revenue neutral rate. So what we can see is we have the tax levy funds for the city funds that are tax levy, and then also the county funds that are tax levy. So we can see we have property taxes levied in the city of $75 million and have a property tax rate of 36.219. Property tax being levied if we were to not exceed revenue neutral would stay the same at $75 million. And that would be the impact of cutting the mills 1.9 million. And when citizens receive their property tax statements, they did see a revenue neutral rate of 34.4 for the city. And so that is the 1.9 reduction to get us to not exceed the revenue neutral rate. In the county funds, if we were not to exceed, we have an $83 million property tax levy, and the mill rate is 35.704. And if we were not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, the revenue would stay the same at $83 million, and that'd be a reduction of 1.9 mills. And so on your property tax statements, that would have read 33.8 mills. So moving down, if we were to exceed revenue neutral, we can have a view of both the city funds and the county funds. And so the increase for the assessed value ended up being 5.6% for both the city and the county each. So as we look at the city general fund totals, again, property tax levied in 2026 was $75 million. We have a steady property tax rate of 36.2. If we were to take in the excess value increase of 5.6%, it would be $79 million, and that'd be an increase of $4.1 million. And that'd be an increase over the revenue neutral rate of 1.9 million. On the county side, again, we had property tax levied in 2025 of 83.5 million. Property tax rate is 35.7, and the increase of the 5.6% of assessed value is 88.2 million, and that'd give us an increase of $4.8 million in assessed value. And the equivalent of a mill would be 1.9, and that, again, on the property tax statement would have been 33.8. Current slide gives us a view of the revenue growth summary in the city. Tax levy funds, real estate, property tax funds did grow 8.4%. Sales and use tax did grow 7.6%. However, our BPU pilot did have a slight reduction of 3.5%. And then our other taxes are 12.5%. And then we do have our annual appropriation revenue of that did grow at 30%. And I'll let our CFO, Dr. Shelley Knieven, explain the annual appropriation revenue.
Shelley Knieven, CFO. So this is an accounting treatment of revenue that's offset by equal expense. So it net zeros to the bottom, but we're required to show it because when the original STAR bonds were issued for the NASCAR track, we said we would have an annual appropriation backing. So we have to budget for it because the STAR bonds special revenue fund held at the state has adequate funds to pay the expense of the debt. then we can also offset that with the expense, so at net zero. But it is included in the number, so for transparency and so people understand the numbers, we highlight that for you all. And in 27, those bonds actually pay off. So in the 28 budget, that'll just go away. But it's really, it shows an increase, but it's a net effect of nothing to the bottom line of the budget.
So with the city revenue growth, we can see our tax levy funds, we're looking at as the budget is proposed of 8.7% revenue increase. In our enterprise funds, we had 10.7% increase, and then special revenue funds, a 6.5% increase, which is a total of 9%. And again, the funds that we are here to talk about tonight are the tax levy funds. So as we move over into the county, the revenue growth summary, we can see where our tax levy funds grew at 10.3%, real estate property tax at 8.7%, sales and use tax 9.4%, and then other revenues at 11.9%. Then our enterprise funds 3.1%, and special revenue funds at 17%. The city general fund is a $205 million budget that's balanced on both the revenue and expense side. The largest portion on the expense side is personnel, which makes up almost 75% of each dollar that is spent. Also on the tax side, most of the revenue coming in is from taxes at 91%. So as we look here at the city general fund, we're looking at the long-range forecast, and we have three different scenarios here. We have the revenue neutral scenario for the 2027 budget, and then also we have a not adding any additional mills, which is in the middle for the 2027 budget. And then we also have the current proposed 2027 budget, which includes one additional mill. So if we zone into the 2027 budget and the revenue neutral rate, we can see that we do have a net change in fund balance of a negative $5.8 million. So what this is telling us is that to balance the budget that we have proposed right now, we would have to reduce our expenses by $5.8 million. And key things to look at is when you look at the 2028 budget, you can see the trajectory for the net change in fund balance and also the cash basis ending fund balance and the reserves as a percentage of expenditures. They're all greatly reduced in 2028. We would have to find $8 million to balance the budget. And then our fund balance would drop from 31 million to 23 million. And our fund balance would drop to 11.6%. And we can see that trajectory does follow each year. They're out going from 2029 to 2030 to 2031. We're with 2031 ending where we would not be able to approve a budget. And we would have been eaten into all our fund balance in negative amount of $11 million. Looking at the middle scenario, which is no additional mill in the 2027 budget, we can see that we would need to find roughly around $2 million to balance the budget on the city side without any additional mills at the current rate of what we have proposed. And we can also see the trajectory looking at the 2028 budget, where the next year would spread to where we would have to find $4 million to balance the budget. And also, would have eaten into fund balance of about $4 million. And our reserve as expenditure of fund balance would have dropped to 15%. And then each year, we'd have to find more and more money to balance the budget. So example, in 2029, we'd have to find $6 million to balance the budget and would have eaten into the fund balance. Then in 2030, we'd have to find $7 million to balance the budget. And in 2031, we'd have to find $8.8 million to balance the budget. And by the time we make it to 2031, we'd be at a 4% reserve expenditure of our fund balance. So the last scenario is the current proposed 2027 budget, which we have proposed. And we can see that is a balanced budget where we have a net positive of $78 million. However, next year we would have to find $2 million to balance that budget out. And then each year, we would definitely still need to find funding to balance the budget out. So looking at these three different options, the key thing to think about here is, do we want to avoid structural deficit, or would you like to accept a declining fund balance and service risk? So current slide is a view of revenue neutral rates that we just went through as far as total revenue is that we have coming in. If we were to go revenue neutral, is 186 million, total expenditures of 191 million, and we'd have a net change in fund balance of 6 million. Current mill rate valuation would be a negative 2 million. And then the proposed budget that we're proposing, where we'd add additional mill, we're at about a net change of $100,000. The county general fund is a $103 million budget that's balanced on both the revenue and expenditure side. We can see that personnel is about 70 cents of each dollar that is spent. Over on the revenue side, we can see taxes, which consist of property taxes and sales and use taxes, and also other taxes is about 89% of the revenue that comes in. Looking at the long-range forecast for the county, again, is the scenario that we looked at for the city. The county scenarios are the same, where we have at the top, we have what it would look like to go revenue neutral for the proposed 2027 budget, and also not adding an additional mill in the 2027 budget. That is the middle scenario. And then we do have the bottom scenario, which is the current 2027 proposed budget, which includes an additional mill. So as we look at the top scenario, which is the revenue neutral 2027 budget, we can see that to balance the budget, if we were to not exceed revenue neutral, we'd be looking at finding $4.9 million to balance the budget. And our fund balance would go down to 0.5%. And we can see in 2028, we would not be able to approve a budget because we'd have eaten into our fund balance in the amount of $4.8 million. And each year, that number does continue to grow as we eat into our fund balance. By 2031, we have eaten into our fund balance by $23 million. We'd be $23 million in the negative. Of course, we would make adjustments not to make sure that would not happen, but that would be detrimental for our government. In the middle scenario, we have no additional mills for the 2027 budget. So we can see in 2027, we would have to find $946,000 to balance
Hey,
the
Reggie.
budget.
Reggie, can you pull it closer, speak up?
So we would have to find $946,000 to balance the budget. And this includes a $500,000 that we have set aside over for sci-fi and an additional fund. So this would make the assumption that we would be cutting sci-fi also. And in 2028's budget, we'd be eating into the fund balance of $1.3 million and be down to around 3% on our fund balance. As we move into 2029, we'd have to find $1.7 million to balance the budget. And in 2030, we'd be looking at $2 million to balance the budget. And in that year, we would eat into our fund balance. And that would be the same case for 2031. So in the current proposed 2027 budget, you can see in 2027, we do have a positive net change in fund balance of $215,000. And moving into 2028's budget, we would only need to find $127,000 to balance the budget. And each year after that, it does grow. So example, in 2029, we'd need almost $500,000 to balance the budget. And in 2030, 770,000. And then by the time we get to 2031, we need almost $1 million to balance the budget. And we'd see that the fund balance would have been reduced to almost 3%. And again, with these different options, the thing to keep in mind is the option you choose is just based on like if you want to avoid structural deficit or if you want to accept declining fund balance and service risk. And here's just, here we have a long range view, a summary of the information that I just went through. So we can see the summary of the revenue neutral. If we were to go revenue neutral, net change in fund balance would be $5 million. If current mill rate at full valuation would be $1 million. And then the budget, 1 mil would be $215,000 to the positive. So some of the items that we have proposed in this 2027 budget are for parks. We have a Parkwood Community Center improvements, also a Parkwood pool replacement match funds for a grant, and then also Pearson Community Center, we have HVAC improvements. Over in public safety, we do have fire station facility improvements, sheriff department, jail feeder doors, radio system, backhaul systems, and then also radio replacements for public safety throughout the county. And then our emergency siren network would work on replacing it. And then infrastructure-wise, we do have pavement preservation and also annual infrastructure, and then bridges, bridge replacement. On the economic development side, we do have increased land bank mowing, and then also increased land bank property appraisals, and then increased tree removal. Over on the technology side, we have body camera support, tax management system, broadcast system replacement, computer equipment replacement, system efficiency enhancements, and 311 customer service replacement. And so here's a view of where your tax dollar goes. So on the city side, 57 cents of each of your dollar goes to public safety. 11 cents goes to community services, which consists of transit, neighborhood resource centers, economic development, planning and urban design. Then 8 cents goes to general government, which consists of technology, finance, legal, and then infrastructure. 5 cents of each dollar goes towards infrastructure, which is building logistics and public works. And here's where your county dollars go in the county general fund. So 45 cents of each dollar goes towards public safety, and that consists of the sheriff's department, Also, our dispatch centers, also emergency management, and also community corrections. On general government, 13% of each dollar goes towards finance and technology in the appraiser's office, and with other departments also included in there. And then 9 cents of each dollar goes to judicial services, which includes departments such as district attorney and district court. And then community services, 21 cents of each dollar goes to community service, which includes things such as parks and rec. Now I'll turn it over to our Deputy CFO, Debbie Joncher.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So the next couple of slides, we're going to talk about the revenue neutral rate, assessed valuation and what goes into that, and what effect that has on the tax revenue to the city, as well as the impact on the taxes to an individual household. So we'll start out with the revenue neutral rate. Back in 2021, state legislation approved Senate Bill 13, and it was to increase transparency about municipal revenues. Just wanted to note that this is about the anticipated revenues that would be received in the next budget period if the revenue neutral rate if your mill rate adjusted to the revenue neutral rate that would allow you to receive the same amount of revenue in the current year or in the proposed budget year that you received in the current year. And so probably better said here, revenue neutral rate means the tax rate for the current year that would generate the same property tax revenue as levied the previous tax year using the current tax year's total assessed valuation. So when the appraiser certifies the assessed valuation, then the clerk's office calculates the revenue neutral rate. And so we're going to have an example about how that affects your taxes. On the next slide is the total assessed valuation, and the total assessed value changes due to market sales, sale values, and new development that adjust the revenue without adjusting the tax rate. So your assessed value can go up, and even if we don't do anything to the mill rate, if it stays constant, if your value goes up, then you would still pay additional taxes. So examples of when assessed value can be added to the current year's total assessed value: construction of any new structure or improvement, or the remodeling of an existing structure, expiration of property tax abatements or TIFs, and increased valuation of property due to higher comparable sales. So in summary, total assessed valuation, which is defined as total tax value, is used as an input in the calculation of the revenue neutral rate. So this next slide shows how we calculate the property tax revenue. We would take taxable assessed valuation times the mill levy and divide by 1,000, and that gives you your total property tax revenue. Every mill is worth $1,000, and that's across the state. That's not individual to the unified government or Wyandotte County or Kansas City, Kansas. That's how it's calculated for everyone. And we'll go through an example of how we calculate that. The next slide just shows the impact for a resident or business of one mill. So we're using the example of a $200,000 residential home. The mill levy, one mill is equal to $23 per year on a $200,000 home. So if you have a $100,000 home, one mill to you is $11.50. If you have a $400,000 home, one mill is $46. On a commercial property, a $500,000 commercial property is equal to $125 per year per mill. If you have a $250,000 commercial property, your mill is $62.50. And if you have $1 million, it's $250. This is a slide we've shown before, showing the impact of increased valuation. So on the, and for these properties, we're going to assume the same 200,000 for residential property and 500,000 for commercial property. So on the top half of that slide, we're showing the city and the county what this effect is on a bill. So this would be somebody who lives within Wyandotte County and within the city of Kansas City, Kansas. The residential bill for 2026 would be, and this is just for the city and the county tax levies. This doesn't include the community college, school districts, any of that. It's just the city and the county. The residential bill would have been $1,566. A commercial property would be $8,510. For the 2027 tax bill, for what we've proposed, and I believe this includes the 1 mil increase. It does not. Okay, so this example does not include the 1 mil. This is just the increase on assessed valuation. So in 2027, if we didn't change the mill levy at all, the residential property would increase to $1,700, a $134 increase per year. On a commercial property, it would increase to $9,240, which is a $730 increase per year. If you only live in the county, so if you would live in Bonner Springs or Edwardsville, we're only talking about the county mill levy. This does not include their city mill levies. So on a residential property in the county, someone in Bonner or Edwardsville would pay $777, and the commercial property would be $4,225. With the new proposed with the assessed valuation increase only in 2027, that same residential property would pay $844, which is a $67 increase per year, and the commercial property would be $4,588, which is $363 increase per year. So these next two slides just show the formula of how to calculate the property tax on an individual property. So this first page is just showing the calculations. So for finding your assessed value, you would take your multiple appraised value and times it by the state assessment rate. For residential properties, the state assessment rate is 11.5%. For commercial is 25%. So if you have a $200,000 home and it's a residential property, you're going to take 200,000 times your 11.5%, and that gives you your assessed value. When you calculate the tax amount, you're going to multiply the assessed value by the mill levy rate for your taxing unit. Then you're going to divide by 1,000 because every mill is worth 1,000, and that gives you the formula for your property tax. There are a couple other things that are included in there that we have to take into account. For instance, the first 20 mills on the school mill levies are exempt from taxes. So that gets subtracted out. And so what I've tried to do here is just kind of list the formula that we would go through. And I've got an example on the next slide that would show that. I did want to point out here in number 3, down on D where it says tax owed, that I found that error. That should say $3,277.50, not $3,737. So, and then I'm going to go through how we calculate this on the next slide. Okay, so starting at the top, we are going to take, and I have used just kind of rounded numbers. I didn't take exact numbers because it was easier, I think, to show the calculation that way. So we started out assuming the county appraised value at $2 million for 2025. So the assessed value per mill in 2025 would have been 2 million. And that would have been taking the 2 billion divided by 1,000, gives you the 2 million. And I'm going to work down 2025 and then I'll go to 2026. So I'm assuming a mill levy of 150 mills that would include all taxing districts. In Wyandotte County, the mill levies range from 151 mills to 169 mills between all the different taxing tax units. So if you're, your school district, or if you have a library, all of that can affect your tax unit differently than it might someone else. So I just assumed a mill levy of 150 mills. So in 2025, the amount of property tax that the county would have received would have been $300 million. So then I'm going to go over to 2026. In 2026, I'm assuming a 5% increase in appraised value. So instead of 2 billion in appraised, I'm now at 2.1 billion in appraised. That makes the value per mill 2.1 million per mill. So in 2026, with that same 150 mills, not changing the mill rate at all, we would now collect 315 million instead of 300 million. And where the revenue neutral rate comes into play is it says that you have to lower if you go revenue neutral, you lower your mill rate so that you receive the same amount of property tax that you received the prior year. So in order to get 300 million in revenue in 2026, which would be the same as 2025, you would have to lower your mill rate from 150 to 142.857. And that would generate the exact same mill. So then down below, I have examples using the $200,000 residential property. So in the first column, the example 2025, we're assuming a $200,000 residential property. So the assessment rate is 11.5%, sorry. So your assessed valuation is 23,000. You divide that by 1,000, and the tax for 1 mill on a $200,000 home is $23 per mill. So at the current rate in 2025 of 150 mills, that homeowner would have paid $3,277.50. Now in 2026, we're going to assume that 5% increase. So that home increased from 200,000 to 210,000 due to the 5% increase. So their assessed valuation, when you take the 210,000 divided by, or times by the 11.5%, divided by 1,000, you get an assessed value. Well, the assessed value would be $24,150. So their value per mill would be $24.15. And that's without changing the mill levy. So their total tax would be $33,450. But if we went revenue neutral, that property would pay the same that it paid the previous year, $32,7750. For the next example, we're going to show a home that increased 10% when the total appraised value for the county only increased 5%. So this home went from 200,000 to 220,000. So their assessed value is 25,300. Their tax value on 1 mill is $25.30. So at the current rate, not changing the mill rate at all, that house would pay $3,622.50. And if we went revenue neutral, taking off the 5%, that house would still pay $3,441.79. So you can see that they're still paying more than they did the previous year because their home value increased 10%, whereas the overall assessed value for the county increased 5%. So if we go revenue neutral and reduce the total value 5%, then that homeowner would still see an increase because their home value went up 10%, not 5%. And then the last example I just showed was if somebody had a 5% decrease in their home value. So that one would go from 200 to 190,000. Their assessed value would be 21,850, or tax value on 1 mil of 2185. They would pay with the current mill rate a rate of 3,105. So even at the current rate, their taxes would go down. And if we went revenue neutral, their taxes would go down even further. And I did want to note, I found another error on my slide. If they went revenue neutral, they would actually pay 2,948.93, not the 3.1 that I have up there. So that just shows how when we talk about going revenue neutral, that not everyone's, unless your house value increased by the same amount that the entire county valuation increased, you could see an increase even if all taxing entities went revenue neutral. So with that, that's all I have on the calculation. I'll turn it over to Mike Grimm.
Thank you. Good evening, Mike Grimm, UG's research manager.
One second before you do that. Commissioner Lopez, did you want to address a question real quick?
Yes, Miss Debbie there, when you're breaking it down, we need to know, and I'm sure the public needs to know more than anything. We're talking about the mill levies for with unified government. We're not talking about the college. We're not talking about the school district, the pet district, the library, because at the end of the day, my property taxes are 5,000. 40% of that is like 2,200. So that's what I see a lot of people like, basically what's going on here. My tax bill is higher than that. Well, we're talking about with unified government. We're not talking about what all these other taxes, and that's why our property taxes are sky high, is the college, the school, the library board, pet district, all that, or the PT, sorry. But when you're breaking it down, that's just what the unified government.
Right. Well,
Correct?
you're approving the mill rate for the unified government. So you're doing the city and the county, right? You're not,
Yeah, this has
you
nothing
don't
to
have any
do
control over what the other taxing entities do.
Right. So when you're breaking it down to what a $200,000 house, because people are like, I live in a $200,000 house and my taxes are a lot higher than that.
Right. This example here would assume, I didn't use the exact, because every tax unit, the
No,
rate
I
would be
understand.
different.
Mhm.
So I just used a rounded value of 150 mils. So if the 150 mils was to represent the entire county,
Mhm.
all taxing units in my example here.
Okay, so if our public here would in their mind, you already know what your taxes are on your house. So you take your calculator, multiply that times 40%. That number is what Ms. Debbie here is talking about. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites?
Yeah, just real quick, and I'll make it quick. So Debbie, you said you went off that 150, and I see that was used. What was it last year? What was, if you took all taxing entities last year, was it 150?
It varied between, for all the tax units, it was between 151 mils to all the way up to 169. I don't have the exact numbers, but the highest one was 169 point something, and then the lowest, and I think I looked at it based on the school districts.
So at the 150, that was less than what we used last year. But you just did it to make it around even number, is that correct?
Right. Well, when you're talking about the city and the county, it's not 150, it's only 73.
Right,
Yeah, it's
but in totality, it was,
right.
it was
It
still
would have
over
been
150.
over 150. I just did, for the example, I just wanted a rounded number.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all. Thanks.
You could input each county, each tax unit mill levy in there and calculate what it would be for each school district.
Mike Grimm, UG's research manager. Just want to show this slide, put our mill levies into context a little bit for the city and county. So in the box that's labeled 1996, going all the way back just to before consolidation, Kansas City, Kansas mill levy was 64.22, and that was highest in the state among all first-class cities. Jumping ahead to 2026, 30 years later, we are ranked 14th out of 26 first-class cities. So right about in the middle. So there's 13 higher and 12 lower with our current mill levy rate of 36.219. On the county side, back in 1996, it was 32.784 was the mill levy, and that ranked 78th out of 105 counties. So there were 77 higher and 27 lower. So we've improved on that and lowered that mill levy 30 years later to 35.704. Now I know it's gone up, but in terms of relating it to other counties, we're 98th highest. That means there's 97 counties that have a higher mill levy rate than Wyandotte County and 7 lower. Just wanted to show city property tax comparisons. So on the left, we see city property tax for the first-class cities, and we added in Edwardsville and Bonner Springs per capita. So if we take, the amount of property taxes and divide it by the population, Kansas City has a per capita city property tax of $485 per person. And then that's, right in the middle of these first-class cities, in essence. When we look at city property tax per square mile, we're towards the lower end on what we collect, $609,000 per square mile. And that's based on, the mill levy and the assessed valuation. But we are I'll say a spread out county. We have a lot of land area. So that those property tax dollars have to go, further to support our services in terms of the land area that we have. On the county side, you can see we're in the bottom third on the per capita property taxes at $493 per person. And per square mile, we're towards the top. We are, although we have a lot of land area, we are dense in terms of when we compare ourselves to other counties that are much larger and have a lower population. So on that metric, we're towards the top. Turn over to Reggie.
Why is all the information that we just presented important? It's all about financial health. Growth in the property tax revenue is important in order to support physical health of the community, in order to continue and provide quality services to our residents. Additional revenue allows for continued investment in infrastructure, services, and community priorities. And it also prevents service reductions from increasing market costs experienced by the UG for existing services. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Interim County Administrator House.
All right, thank you. And Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for the public hearing portion.
Okay. At this time, we are going to now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments regarding this item.
Mayor, we've received 2 written comments, and at this time, I'll read those comments for the record.
Okay, thank you.
The first comment we have is from J.D. Stanley. Good evening. I write once again as a seriously concerned and struggling Wyandotte County homeowner, and I am almost certain that this plea will fall largely on deaf ears. Because historically, the members of this governing body, with very few exceptions, you 2 gentlemen know who you are and thank you, do not care one bit whatsoever about their constituents as individuals, nor the struggles they face. In fact, I would go so far as to say a stripper probably cares more about me than any one of you, and I would certainly believe a stripper who said,
Okay, I was hoping I wouldn't have to say anything because we did open the meeting with no disruptions. So I am going to ask you to please, please be respectful. Please do not make those gestures. Let's let her read. There are going to be people that are going to get up and they're going to say things that you are 100% going to be in agreement with. But I am going to ask you to please be respectful, okay? We want to get, this is still a business meeting, and it is for your benefit that you can make comment. But we can't do that if we're going to have louder disruptions, okay? So can I count on you to do that for me, please? Because if we can't do that, I'm going to stop the meeting because I want us to, we're being respectful of you, and I'm just asking you to be respectful of us, okay? Okay, please continue.
thank you. Over 5% of my annual income goes straight into the greedy, bloated, and deep pockets of the UG. That doesn't sound like a lot, but factor in all the other taxes we're subjected to, and it makes a serious impact. According to Wallet Hub, for the year 2026, the state of Kansas is ranked the 13th highest tax burden state in the entire country, with a staggering 9.2% of residents' income going straight into the greedy hands of the taxman. I'm sorry, that's unbelievable. How can you justify hiking the mill levy when parts of this county look like the third world? This governing body ought to be ashamed of ourselves, literally stealing our hard-earned money, and for what? Now, my point is this: I have had to make serious, deep cuts in my spending to satisfy your gluttony for spending money. So who do you think you are to think you're immune from fiscal responsibility? It is now July, and I am only just now current on my mortgage for the first time this year, and that's only thanks to a HUD program that advanced what I was behind and put a second lien on my property. And that's because of your inability to actually be responsible stewards of the tax dollars which are stolen from us year after year. Allow me to explain something to you all. When I bought my house 3 years ago, it was easily affordable. But then the county more than doubled, yes, doubled my appraised value, more than doubling my tax bill. Ever since then, the struggle has been real. I've made cuts. I eat 1 meal a day, sometimes not. I've put on hold a handful of critically needed repairs in my home, and I've put off several critical vehicle repairs, and now my truck runs like garbage. Let's see the UG make some deep dive cuts from their budget to spare us the anxiety that comes from budget season. As a side note, I want to say to the new commissioners, since you have yet to get back on your promises, I will give you a pass to see if you actually care about the people who elected you. The choice is yours. Make the right one. Go revenue neutral, because we the people cannot cut anymore. The other comment we received was from Betty Schuler. I'm Betty Schuler, KCK. I am a retired 76-year-old widow. My late husband died in 2005. I am speaking here tonight asking for all of you to hear our voices. We have been coming before you for a few years now over these taxes. Some of you are new faces on the board, and we are still calling out to all of you, asking for you to do everything you can to help us out here. These property taxes are forcing many out of their homes. These taxes affect every one of us. All the renters, seniors are totally budgeted out and losing our homes. We need to hear and see your support for abolishing property taxes. We need drastic budget coming from every one of you. Please stand up with us on this change on property taxes. We want to feel like you actually hear our voice and care what your voters are asking from you. I know many of you believe nothing you all can do at your level, and that needs to be done at Topeka. But there is power in numbers. It would help tremendously if you were on the same side with us. Thank you, Betty Schuler. Mayor, those are all the comments we received.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will turn the meeting over to the clerk to address the individuals here in the chamber who expressed their intention to address the commissioners.
Thank you, Mayor. I will call each person by name and who's on deck next. You'll each have 3 minutes. Please state your name and residence for the record. Our first speaker is Joseph Taylor. On deck will be Stephanie Moss.
Good evening. As stated, my name is Joe Taylor. I always try to be honest and fly where everybody knows who I am. I'm actually from Overland Park, but I do have a dog in this fight because Wyandotte County is incredibly important to this state. And having spent a lot of time in the state legislature earlier this year fighting the Star Bond thing and losing and having I can't say the word, handed to me, I realize how badly the state treats this county. It's despicable. And so reading through, so my point, I'm here to talk about 2 different things that relate to the budget. I'm bringing information that you may not have. I was reading through House Bill 2466 about maybe 4 weeks ago. Yes, I am a nerd. And I was sitting at the table and I said to my wife, oh my God, it's worse than I thought. It does nothing but get worse and worse. In House Bill 2466, which is the legislation that created the Sports Authority, there's a paragraph, and I'm going to read it to you. It's short. The authority shall have the power to negotiate or otherwise obtain utility and energy services, but the authority shall be required to obtain electric service from a retail electric provider that already provides electric service in 1 or more certified territories in Kansas. Now, what this means is the legislature is setting up Evergy to be the power supplier for the Chiefs Stadium and the ancillary district. Now, I don't know what that does to the BPU, but I do know that the BPU provides great support.
You have 1 minute remaining.
All right. So anyway, so that's that. Here's the other one. It was right below that. The provision or receipt of such utility and energy services shall not be subject to any fee or exactions imposed by local ordinance. They have exempted themselves from pilot fees. Everybody in here pays pilot fees, and the chiefs have exempted themselves from paying that money, which, based upon some numbers I'm not sure of, accounts to about $13 to $20 million per year. Now, the other part of this is that I really still would wish that you would withdraw from supporting this stadium at all, because the Chiefs, if you withdraw from it, you will get about an additional, now this is down the road, 2031, but the sales tax that you would receive from the stadium sales and the ancillary development is at least $12 million a year.
Your time has expired.
So anyway,
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
love you guys.
Love you too.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Moss. Dina Patrick on deck.
What's the name?
Stephanie Moss.
Stephanie Moss.
Last call for Stephanie Moss.
Hello, my name is Dina Kirkpatrick.
Hello.
I am here to tell you I can't afford for you to exceed revenue neutral. It doesn't really matter what I say about revenue neutral because you will just raise our mill rates. And we can't do it. Okay, let me switch a minute here. If we were to give up every one of your special interest money, how much money would we save? How many mills would we save? A lot, 6. That's $6 million we're paying you to sit here and tell us not to talk. That's $6 million we voted you in here for you to tell us not to clap. Okay, we had no FEMA money for this storm. Where's the FEMA money? Where's the COVID money? If that money was approved and sent to the state of Kansas, why have we received no help? Why are you going over revenue neutral once again and putting our poor people like me in the gutter? You've already taken my home once for eminent domain for the NASCAR track. You took my father's home for eminent domain because of Georgia. Now you say that the eminent domain is only good for infrastructure. In other words, we're all under eminent domain. Wherever I am, just look, you'll find eminent domain. I have made a complaint about the illegal aliens that we are supporting and living with. I have them on both sides of my house. I have nothing against people making a good life here. I have a problem with them having a business in their home and the neighbors having a business in their home and driving new cars, and I can't even get help from a storm. I had Eric Bynum
1 minute remaining.
coming after me because I turned in illegals. I am tired of you people treating us like we are trash. We voted you in. We expect you to do our bidding. You treat your constituents like we're trash. Dr. Pacheco, last time I was here, that finger has got to go. I am not to be lectured by you. Chuck Stites or whoever it was that leaned back and laughed. This is enough. We've had enough. We can do no more. We are already bankrupt. I'm not surprised you guys have had the nerve to tell us that you are bankrupt. You are the ones that are doing this to us. I have lost homes. My father lost homes. I have been threatened by a commissioner's ex-husband.
Your time
I'm
has expired.
tired. I'm tired of fighting and seeing.
Thank you so
me
much for your
down for 2 minutes,
comments.
please.
No, your
I'm not
minutes are
done,
up.
huh?
Your minutes are up.
Oh, well, you didn't give me a minute countdown, so I'll wait.
No, they did give you it. She gave you a 1 minute
Oh,
left
let
and
me hear
your
it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
your minute is up.
Say it again. I didn't hear it.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you very much. Please consider what I'm saying. I
Thank
won't
you.
be threatened anymore.
Thank you.
And also, if you
No,
would like a
no,
sucker, join the
no,
sucker club.
No. No. God bless you.
Our next speaker is John Sima with Brian Dickinson on deck.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is JJ Sima. I'm a resident of Edwardsville, and I am the president of the International Association of Firefighters Local 64. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and I come here tonight as a union representative on behalf of the membership of Local 64. As you consider the 2026 amended and 2027 budget, I want to address a critical public safety issue: firefighter staffing and its impact on both community and firefighter safety. For well over a year and a half, the fire department has operated with reduced day-to-day staffing on certain apparatus. Prior to January 1 of 2025, and for the previous 6 years, the KCKFD maintained a minimum operational standard of 4 firefighters on ladders and specialty apparatus, including hazmat and rescue units. That 4 firefighter staffing met minimum national safety standards established through fire industry research and science. Since January 1 of 2025, as many as 4 of those same apparatus have routinely operated with 3 firefighters instead of 4. This represents a reduction in operational capacity that directly affects emergency response. When a crew arrives with inadequate staffing, firefighters are forced to do more with less. The work doesn't go away. That can delay critical operations such as fire attack, search and rescue, water supply, and ventilation operations. With fewer personnel, those tasks become more difficult to perform simultaneously and may take longer. The impact is not only limited to structure fires. Fewer people impact operations at motor vehicle accidents, cardiac arrests, hazardous materials incidents, and other technical and special operations. Fewer firefighters means greater workload, increased fatigue, and increased risk of injury.
1 minute remaining.
In short, this is a public safety matter that can no longer be ignored. Operating apparatus with only 3 firefighters places unnecessary risk on both the firefighters and the people we serve. It significantly affects how quickly critical tasks can be performed on emergency scenes and directly impacts the safety of both the public and the firefighters. Staffing is a public safety issue. And we ask that you prioritize the service to and safety of the public, as well as the health and safety of the firefighters in your budget. To do so, we respectfully request that funding be identified to immediately restore 4 firefighter staffing to affected apparatus. Additionally, we request that we fully fund all SAFER grant positions to prevent further shortages.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Our next speaker is Brian Dickinson. Jeff Lane on deck.
That's a necessity.
You are. Jeff Lane is on deck.
Hello, I'm Brian Dickinson. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor, for raise the mic up. Can you hear me better? I'm here today to ask you to keep property taxes low, make a revenue neutral decision for the coming year. Families, homeowners, businesses, landowners across Wyandotte County are already feeling the strain. When people are struggling to stay in their homes and businesses trying to stay open, government should not be taking more than it needs. I want to focus on 3 points: the human impact of the current taxes, the need to scrutinize new spending, and the importance of staying revenue neutral. This year, there are 156 properties, homes, businesses, and land on the tax sale list, representing about $2 million in unpaid taxes. So 4 zip codes carry a disproportionate share of that list, 85%. That should be a concern for every commissioner, because tax policy should not be the line item in the budget. It's showing up in it's not just the line item in the budget. It's showing up in real neighborhoods, real streets, kitchen tables, and the recent storm only strained things further. So tonight I'm asking the commissioners to hold a mill levy at the revenue neutral level, avoid additional property tax increases, and require new spending to be justified through existing revenue, savings, and reprioritization. 2 examples to show how far out of a balance the system can become. I reviewed some of the property tax list. I found 2 homes valued at less than $50,000. One has a tax bill of $58,000, and it's delinquent by 4 years. A second is delinquent, again, less than $50,000 value, $337,000. And their earliest unpaid bill is 2009. So, largely driven by special fees and taxes on top of their regular property tax bills, how is a resident supposed to remain in a county that can build it more than the property is worth? So, I have knocked on hundreds of doors across Wyandotte County. I have heard the same message from homeowners and business owners. Property taxes are out of control. Some
You have
people are
1 minute
because of
remaining.
taxes. Others are considering leaving because they have no relief coming. And when taxpayers who can afford to stay choose to leave, we all lose. That is why the commission should closely examine new spending. One of the items that deserves scrutiny is the proposed $10 million loan for the Sunflower Hills Golf Course. The fund budget summary revenue shows expenses rising with the revenue, leaving a narrow projected margin. If the fund cannot support the debt on its own, taxpayers should not be asked to subsidize it through general funds and higher taxes. Based on the fund's current operations, I do not believe a $10 million clubhouse should be approved unless there's a clear self-supporting repayment plan that does not rely on the taxpayer. The fund projects net margins between $49,000 and $83,000 in 2026 and 27. And there's nowhere near enough to support a $10 million loan, which could easily be $600,000 to $800,000 a year in repayment.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Our next speaker is Jeff Lane. Maricia Richard on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Lane. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas, and the business manager for the IFF Local 64. I'm here tonight as a concerned citizen to talk about something that affects every person in this community. Whether our fire department has enough firefighters on its apparatus to protect the public when an emergency happens. When someone calls 911, they don't care about staffing formulas or budget numbers. They care about one thing: is enough help coming to save my family? Over the past 2 budget cycles, the fire department has taken a step backward when it comes to staffing. Daily staffing numbers today are lower than they were in 2024. And what makes that even harder to understand is that the fire department's budget continues to grow, while the number of firefighters staffing our apparatus continues to get smaller. As a taxpayer, I think it raises a very reasonable question. If we are spending more on the fire department, why are we putting fewer firefighters on the street to protect our public? That should concern every citizen. When a fire truck operates short-staffed, the emergency doesn't change. A child still needs to be rescued from a bedroom. A family still needs to be searched for inside a building. A cardiac arrest still remains immediate. A serious accident still requires multiple critical tasks to happen at the same time. When fewer firefighters arrive, there are fewer people available to perform those critical tasks at the same time. And for the person waiting to be rescued, every second matters. We also have evidence of what can happen when staffing becomes a factor. In December of 2025, 4 Kansas City, Kansas firefighters were seriously injured during a structure fire. NIOSH, a federal investigative company that came into Kansas City, Kansas, investigated that incident and identified staffing as one of the contributing factors. That fact shouldn't only concern firefighters, it should concern the public. Because imagine that same situation with a family still trapped inside. If 4 firefighters suddenly need help, who continues searching for our citizens? Who keeps the hose lines operating? And who controls the fire?
1 minute remaining.
There have been enough firefighters. There have to be enough firefighters on scene to do all the things at the same time. This is why adequate staffing isn't simply a fire department issue. It's a public safety issue. We received a warning in December. We should learn from it rather than wait until a citizen or firefighter pays the ultimate price. The budget continues to grow. Staffing continues to shrink. That is a direction this commission has the ability and the responsibility to change. I'm asking you to make adequate staffing our fire apparatus a priority, because when a citizen calls 911, their safety should never depend on whether or not firefighters happen to be working that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maricia Richard, RB Poe on deck.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
I
evening.
just want to make a few comments. This is actually my first.
Ma'am, we need your name and residence.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Maria Richard. I just want to make a few comments that I haven't heard addressed yet, like for it. Can you hear me now? Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Although the presentation was quite interesting, I kind of think that you guys kind of need to go back and reevaluate some of your priorities that you had listed up there. And then even one of those for those is the property taxes for those that are on fixed incomes. We really need to take a look at, how you can help the seniors and disability individuals that are on fixed incomes and to be able to stay in their homes. I, for one, my property taxes keep going up. I am a long-term Wyandotte County, but how much am I going to be taking? I got to keep taking and, property, not just the property taxes are going up. All of our cost of living of higher utilities, food costs, insurance. Everything is going up. We can't even maintain our current homes as it is. We can't go do tree trimming. You guys are the departments that are supposed to do tree trimming, but most energy companies have pretty much eliminated their tree trimming departments, and I get that. But there's other ways you guys have to look out the box. And I know we shouldn't take away from the service size of our police force and our fire department, but we might need to look at outsourcing some of those areas of work on, technology, and how, outsource some of all those other things. That's all I'm just saying. You guys are just going to have to look out the box and think about other things that can reduce. And the other thing I wanted to say is that our assessments seem to be very aggressive. I know that we've had an influx of Western investors
1 minute
pounding
remaining.
us in the Midwest. And, you're seeing those homes, not $200,000. I live around on 78th Street and my assessment says it's 345. I bought the house for $76,000 and back in 96. So something about that also has to be done. The investors coming in from the West and stuff, driving up our property taxes as well. Why can't we go after them, some of those, during closing or whatever, just to be in our county, to take our homes and, drive up the prices to $400,000, $500,000. It's just ridiculous. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is R.B. Poe. Denise Welch on deck.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for allowing, Good evening, everyone, and thanks for allowing me to speak with you this evening. My name is R.B. Poe, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to provide written testimony or to provide testimony for the revenue neutral hearing. I urge the commissioners and concerned citizens to learn about sustainable and non-regressive funding alternatives to ensure that all services are funded. On May 13th, 2026, Wyandotte County Concerned Citizens came together and formed a nonpartisan group called the Kansas Property Tax Freedom Coalition. While it may sound as though we're seeking to cease funding for essential services, that could be no further from the truth. The fact is, we're working across the entire state of Kansas to educate citizens and lawmakers about alternative and sustainable funding mechanisms that in no way threaten our homes and land. For too long, we have been conditioned to believe that the only way to fund essential services are via real estate property taxes. Our mission is to reveal meaningful and sustainable options that will fully fund services while abolishing real estate property tax from the Kansas Constitution. And I completely acknowledge that you guys don't have any control over that, but I just want you to know that we're actually working to help you guys in that regard. We joined forces with Kansas Senator Michael Murphy after his hearing at the Kansas State House back on March 10th, 2026, where Senate Bill 488 was presented. However, while the bill was not put up for a vote, it was criticized for not being an alternative funding as it was written. We built our coalition on the belief that while the bill did not advance, the concepts were a way for us to protect real estate owners from the perpetual threat of property tax foreclosure and forfeiture sales and auctions. With that, we started the coalition in Wyandotte County, and it has now grown to 95 out of 105 Kansas counties as of last count. We are growing new chapters daily, and we invite all commissioners and citizens to join us in the conversation to create a better future for Wyandotte County and the entire state of Kansas.
1 minute
Please-
remaining.
Thank you. Please join us on the web at the Kansas Property Tax Freedom Coalition.com, or if you're on Facebook at facebook.com/share/G/1CQ6PXITAZ/. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Welch. Al Ramirez on deck. Denise Welch. Could be Daniel.
Yes, Daniel.
They need more speakers.
Daniel,
Yes, my name's Daniel.
go ahead, Mr. Welch.
Thank you for the time. Those that know me may be asked, know I come to talk about parks. All of our area's parks, Quindaro, Huron Place, Shawnee, and Perry Square arrived as part of a city founding plat. At Theodore Roosevelt's first public speech for his vice president campaign in 1900, Shawnee Park was largely covered with brush and trees. But it's all changed in 1903 with the disputed arrival of a 100-acre Metropolitan City Park as part of a streetcar franchise agreement. Magical George Kessler soon arrived to lay out our new city park. His plan remains largely intact. At the request of newly appointed park board, Kessler returned in 1908 to recommend 13 new parks: St. Margaret, Split Log, North Waterway, Edgerton, Garrett, Clam, Heathwood, Washington Boulevard and Playground, Bethany, 13th Street, Bokeh, and Emerson. High park land costs resulted in a new 1910 commission form of government, which survived until 1997. At that time, the park board was abolished and the present park department created. Then the famous father-son team of Hare and Hare arrived to equip these new parks with many features that still found today. More parks: Parkwood, Gatewood, St. John, 8th Street, Kensington Cog, Copperfield were added by the time Deming Tilton arrived in the 1920s to describe a unique system of operating a joint school city recreation program, which sputtered through 1943. Formalized in 1945, the system ran successfully until the arrival of the unified government. During the 20s and 30s, early swimming ponds led to 6 swimming pools, all running at the same time. Wyandotte County Lake caused the establishment of the County Park Board about 1945. This board oversaw park expansion: Pearson, Riverside, Highland, and Bonner Springs, plus the Sunfield Flower Golf Course during the 60s and 70s.
1 minute remaining.
During this period, KCK added Garland, Jersey Creek, Coronado, Delaware, Leo Alvey, Stony Point, and John R. Thompson Parks. In other words, the physical assets for parks have seen a renaissance in the last 30 years. Many dilapidations have been cleaned up and citizen participation at many levels has increased. Large efforts remain, but we have a tremendous, first-class, little-known park history ready for a new story.
Our next speaker is Al Ramirez. Don Sarin on deck. Last call, Al Ramirez. Okay. Next speaker is Don Sarin. Carol Johnston on deck.
All your legs and all your arms and fingers and that hell of a job over there. My name is Dan Saran. I live in District 7 with Mr. Chuck Stites. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. You know, we have 3 minutes here, but we need 5 like some of the other counties in the United States. 3 minutes is a tough nut to crack. God bless those who suffered the storm damages in the recent storm. Those twisted up trees look like tornado ravage to me. We are an old historic county with many old dangerous trees that have not been maintained. I have grandparents that came off Quindaro. I'm very familiar with the area. Tree trimming and tree removal is a very expensive situation. And I'm dealing with that right now in my own home. And trying to find good people to do it is another nut to crack. If we don't do it, Mother Nature will. On to county business. With the current no citizen representation system of property taxation, I believe all sales tax, all star bonds, all school bonds, anything that's going to raise our taxes should be on a ballot for the citizens to vote on. No fail. The American Rural Project should not have been allowed with a star bond and then have them take back
what they were doing and say, hey, we didn't plan right, we got our cost off by 50%, and then ask for another star bond. Aren't we looking for 4 or 5 million right now? And what did we give away with the Speedway Plaza sales tax? How many? 8 million.
We're not asking for comments from the community. We're just,
This is all connected to the budget.
oh, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that this is not questions asked to the audience. You just have your comments to be made. That's all.
I will continue. Yes, I want my time back.
It was paused.
Then we want sales tax off of the Speedway Plaza, an established business with Walmart in there and Sam's Club. Storm incidences. Wouldn't it be nice to have some of that money now that we could apply to hiring tree contractors to get in there and help clean up this disaster we got?
1 minute remaining.
Then to insult to injury, we lose control over our own county with the terrible Chiefs Stadium fiasco, taking our land, taking our streets, again, taking our sales tax that we desperately need to maintain this aging county. Line, hook, and sinker, as my grandfather in heaven used to say. Sitting on the sidelines of District 7, one has to ask, with the county being in the current financial shape, with the current debt load and the infrastructure crumbling, how could we possibly accept these no tax revenue deals? And District 7 needs their sci-fi funds desperately. We don't want those eliminated. Those cities out there need help. Then final, my statement is, you know, who do these commissioners work for that are above us here? The citizens or the internals of the courthouse or the corporate developers?
Your time has expired.
Can I request one more minute and I'll be out of here?
No, I'm sorry. Your time
We
is
have to
up.
listen to you guys. Come on, one more minute. I'll be out.
No, no. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Johnston. Sandy Z on deck.
Carol Johnston, Kansas City, Kansas, resident by requirement. $876 a month. $876 a month is what our property taxes are. That's $10,515 a year, which is half of my annual Social Security, 1/2 of my Social Security. I'm retired. My husband is unemployed. We have a house to sell. You tell me, who's going to buy a house where they're going to have to add another $876 a month to their mortgage payment? It's already $835 a month. We've been here less than 3 years. We paid $465 for that house. You know what it was appraised at? March? No, we just got this. No, it's March. $552,800. That's a $73,500 increase.
Great.
Who does the appraiser report to? When we came here, the market was really hot. We got outbid 3 houses before we got a house. But that's not the case anymore. The houses in our neighborhood are on the market for months, and the prices have to get dropped a couple of times. There's nothing in our neighborhood for $550,300. More like $435. And now we were promised 5 years here, then 7. Now it's a little over 3. We've been in our house less than 3 years. How much equity do you think we've been able to get into it? We have to sell.
1 minute remaining.
Most of the people in my neighborhood are retired or close to it. So, you know, they're going to be paying a lot of their Social Security towards, or already are. So I have a proposal. It's a small drop in the bucket,
But how about if all of you decide not to take your UG salaries? Yeah, I understand it's a small drop in the bucket, but look how far it might go for public relations to the community to show your support that you're doing your part. You could pay 3 or 4, maybe at least 3 more firemen or policemen with that. I think that's about it. Think about it. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandy Z. Peter Snodley on deck.
Hello, my name is Sandy Zugelder, and usually when you get to my name, it's the end of the night. Sorry, but we still have more to go. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas, and I've been here since around the early 2000s. I could just say ditto on most everything. You've already heard what I have to say, but I have a microphone, so I'm going to continue. First of all, I appreciate how difficult a job this is for each of you. And I know there's a lot of anger, a lot of frustration all around us. And so I'm going to start with what you said first and talk about priorities. And I know that Commissioner Davis had also mentioned priorities at one of the meetings. And so I do listen sometimes. I just want you to know. I'm going to restate the priorities from the vantage point of a citizen, of a resident here, not an employee. So I believe we're about helping the residents of Wyandotte County to flourish while we're still responsible for in paying the bills, taking care of public spaces, planning for the future, and paying off debt. So that's my restatement. I'm sure that you won't change your slide, but I want you to think about that. And I'm going to say, I know the next thing I'm going to say, you've heard it over and over and over again. My husband had grown up in this area. I worked here. I know people all the way from this area on up to Legends and beyond. And the word that I hear most often when it comes to property taxes, and people bring it up even before I say it, is the word fear. We're all afraid. It's been stated, what are we going to do? This year we can pay it. What about next year or the year after or the year after? So you know that. You know that.
1 minute remaining.
And so I am asking you to do something that you've already heard, because I said this is ditto. Think outside of the box. I was at a crystal clear conversation the other day, and I had lovely conversations with Mayor Watson and County Administrator House. Did I say that right? And they were thinking outside the box. I've heard it here from the commissioners, thinking outside of the box. I heard it over here from the citizens, thinking outside of the box. We can do this. You can do this. If we come together, think outside of the box, and stop thinking we can only pay our bills through Wyandotte County, the people who own the houses in the county. There are other ways to do it, and I have confidence that all y'all, all of us all, that we will come together and find a way, maybe not today, but in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Snodley. Doris Simmons on deck.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners and fellow disgruntled citizens.
Good evening.
I'm living in the house my grandparents bought in 19.
Sir, we need your name and residence,
It's had
please.
5 generations. My daughter and my granddaughter are not living there currently, but my mother died in 2018. Before she died, she did a quick deed claim, signed it over to me, and the appraised value was $34,000. I live on 24th Street between State and Parallel by the new Chelsea Elementary. And now, last year it was appraised at $98,000, 2025, and now it's this year appraised at $121,000. And I paid the taxes in 2018, $613. And then the last year I paid, which was 2025, it was $1,635. And with this thing I got in the mail, what do you call it? Yeah, and it's got the neutral rate is a $300 more from 2025 up to 2026. And then the proposed tax rate is another $100, which is $400 more than I paid in 2025. And it's been a place of refuge for my family for 109 years. And I just took out a HELOC, a home equity line of credit. I had to put a new roof on in 2020. I had to put a new furnace in 2 years ago. And, this is all personal problems, but I had a small nest egg and I got a herniated back when I was 29. So I've been a member of Local 29, Labor's Local, and I built so many schools, the 2 regional FBI headquarters, hospitals, residential, everything for other people, help to contribute to my community. And now I have to take out that loan. The first time it's had a mortgage since my grandparents paid it off. In danger of, I won't be able to hand it to the 5th generation, my children.
1 minute
free and
remaining.
clear. And that's about it.
What was your name, sir? You didn't give your name or address in the
I can't
beginning.
hear.
Your name, what was your name?
Yeah, Peter Snodderly, Peter Snodderly.
Peter? Okay, thank you, Peter.
Our next speaker is Doris Simmons. Mario Escobar on deck.
Good evening. I'm Doris Simmons, a widow of 2 years, a retiree for 16 years. And since that time, my property taxes have increased 3 times from when I first started. Since I retired, my property taxes have increased 3 times the amount that when I start, that's when I retired. Okay? There was like $2,000, now they're about $6,000 a year. Now, what I'm trying to say is that although my taxes have increased with such a high rate, my pension has not. It's still the same. And as a suggestion for how you can get your $4.8 million, we know that we have all these big corporations that are operating in our community. Now, I don't know, but you know whether or not they are making contributions to the community. Now, that's one way because they're trillionaires and they're operating in our community. They should be donating or contributing to the expense of this community. Now, somebody can tell me, are they doing that? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mario Escobar. Tony Buggs on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
My name is
evening.
Mario Escobar. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I'm also a current chairman for the Parks and Rec Board of Directors. I'm here on behalf of the Unified Government Parks Board. We respectfully submit the statement for inclusion, the Parks record in support of providing the Unified Government Parks and Rec Department with adequate resources through the fiscal year of 2027 budget process. Has the advisory board to the Unified Government on matters related to parks and recreation, the Park Board recognizes the essential role the department plays in enhancing the health, well-being, safety, and quality of life of Wyandotte County residents. The department is responsible for maintaining parks, trail, community centers, athletic facilities, golf course, cemetery, and communities, only public swimming pool, while providing recreational opportunities that serve residents of all ages. The board also recognized the increased challenges associated with the operation and maintaining an aging park system amid raising costs, growing community expectation, and expand service demand. Continued investments is necessary to preserve existing asset, maintain safe, accessible facilities, support quality programming, and position the department meets further community needs. The Park Board appreciates the department's commitment to responsible stewardship of public resources through operating efficiency, partnerships, and its external funding opportunities. However, these efforts cannot address long-term operation and capital needs for the park system. It is in its
1 minute remaining.
capacity, the Park Board respectfully recommends that the mayor and the Board of Commissioners prioritize funding and park recreation during the fiscal year 2027 budget process. Provide adequate and sustainable resources with the help ensured the department can continue delivering the high-quality parks, facilities, program that residents expect and deserve. The Park Board appreciates your consideration for your continued commitment to invest in the parks and recreation as essential public service that strengthens our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Buggs. Albert McComas on deck.
My name is Tony Buggs. I live in KCK. My name is Tony Buggs. Can you hear that? Got it. The reason why I'm here is like everyone else. It's about how much it's costing each and every one of us to, live and live comfortably. Right now, I'm one of those that is not living comfortably with my situation. But one thing I do want to know is who is responsible for budgeting the budget? And if so, I think that person needs to do a better job. We as citizens should not be responsible for you guys not knowing how to do that. And I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm just telling and stating the fact. My next thing is that where I live at, all the houses that are around me, our taxes are all over the place. It's only like 7 houses in my neighborhood. Some houses, they only pay like $500. Now, there is one lady who came and bought a house next to me. She she fixed it up, tried to sell it for $2,000. That didn't work because no one was going to come into that neighborhood and buy a house for $2,000. $200,000, sorry about that. So what she wound up doing is she wound up renting the house out. So therefore, now her taxes are like $3,000 a year. I live right next door to her, and my taxes now are like $2,000. But then you have others across the street paying $700. I don't understand, how do you guys come up with who pays what? And that's one of the things that I have a problem with, and I even have a problem with it until you guys fix it. My last thing is that I have no problem paying my taxes, but when I pay my taxes, I like to see results. What are you doing in my neighborhood? It took 10 years before you guys even came through and even paid my street, even though I live right outside of Strawberry Hill. I know it is a historical neighborhood.
1 minute remaining.
That's fine. But at the same time, y'all finally came and paid my street, but that was over 15 years ago. So, okay, but then my taxes keep going up. So I, as a taxpayer, I had no problem paying it. When I pay my taxes, I need to see results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Albert McComas. Richard Parmerin on deck.
Thank you. My name is Albert McComas. I live in west of 110th Street and the Legends and Hutton Road. My problem is the tax rates keep going up, but none of the money goes to Western Wyandotte County. All they're doing is bleeding us to send money downtown, take care of illegals, waste of money on benefits and agreements that the taxpayers don't even get to vote on. Every contract, major contract that this body makes should be voted on by the people that pay for it. Just like every other company, the union representatives vote whether the contract's going to be agreed to, and the management, which is you guys, does the same thing. The union's the other people. You negotiate for us, and we decide if you've negotiated in our best interest. Also, we need to know where this money's going to. Your budget deal up there is real fine, but it's broad. It doesn't specify anything. I'd like to know how much money this body is given to benefit illegals that are downtown and made all of Minnesota Avenue and a lot of the other streets, which I'm afraid to go down to, look like Mexico. Used to be the paint.
1 minute
under the
remaining.
code that was acceptable to everybody, not just one ethnic background. And you guys close your eyes to it. But more important, where's all the Western Wyandotte County money going? Because we're not seeing any of it in improvements out in our area. We have one little fire station west of 110th Street. We have no police protection. I've talked to the mayor's office, no results. Talked to deputy police chief, no results. Parallel Parkway is noted as being parallel speedway. They drive 70 miles an hour between 110th Street and 7 Highway.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank
Maybe
you.
you can wake up and do something about it.
Your
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Richard Parmerin. Carrie McCarthy on deck.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My hats off to my council chair, Sergeant at Arms. I don't mind. I'm second generation of
Sir,
taxpayer.
sir,
Parents,
we need your name and
Parents?
residence, please.
what's that?
Your name and residence, please.
Richard Palmerin.
Thank you.
Like I said, I was second generation. Hats off to the council, newly elected, the chair. My dad, I never sat down there and watched him write that check when we were back from the orphanage, St. John's Orphanage up here. But I retired from it. Now I'm writing the check under the supervision of the missus. But he's always went down to Mexico where he was brought up. The three brothers shed their blood for this country. That's why I have this hat on for the one that's in a national cemetery in the Netherlands. But I'm going to make that trip this winter. Tomorrow I'll probably be down here getting my what do you call it? Passport. With hopefully the wife will get hers also. We'll go down there where he used to go down there. After he regrouped us 9 from the orphanage through the judgeship here, I'm going to take my pension. Thank you. Whatever's left of Social Security and live like a king down there. And hopefully I got some squatters' rights as a, father's occupancy there in central Mexico. So, but yeah, my wife couldn't make it. My sister-in-law couldn't make it. She's doing, they've got multitude of houses.
1 minute remaining.
And, but, I've been up here to the city on other issues. I'm in between the hills. And there's some improvements, but here I'm looking at as I came up here in my old truck, parked on Soldiers and Sailors Memorial, I see that that violation of the from the parks violating and busting the sidewalk, and it's still crumbling away. So, but I acknowledge your black top of all the interstate. So I don't mind dropping that last check in there, but my pocket's running out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie McCarthy. Alex Pop on deck.
Carrie.
Carrie McCarthy, Kansas City, Kansas, as much as I truly, truly regret to say that today. I'm not born and raised here. I'm born and raised in Johnson County. This county is an embarrassment, and you do nothing to improve it. Nothing. We're here once again discussing increasing taxes. Your community that elected you has so many unknowns. We are living under a threat of eminent domain. We cannot sell our homes for what they're appraised for. I ask for the comps. They won't be given to me. I have to take you to court and go to Topeka. I was invited to speak by Mayor Garner a year and a half ago. What followed after that was death threats to me. Death threats. People pulling in my driveway, in my backyard. I'm done. Do you hear me? Done. These people don't. I'm going to give an example. I ran into a retired unified government employee who needed help this weekend. Commissioner Kump, thank you. Commissioner Lopez, thank you. She retired on a salary 20 years ago from this place. She gave you 40 years. 40 years. She cannot afford her taxes. She cannot afford insurance. I was told interim county administrator didn't want to remove trees from personal homes because it may cross a FEMA line. Look, I worked for BPU. BPU closed over 3 million of FEMA claims while I was there. The UG let all of them go because you didn't track the dollars right. That is failing your community, failing them. Then you run low on money and you take it from them. No. Year after year, we ask for more detailed budget. Year after year, I offered my services for free. I do this for a living and have for 35 years. You have ignored me. Free is off the table because you don't do anything for free. Off the table. And take care of your elderly and your young. You're not doing it. You are an embarrassment. And the
1
one
minute
good
remaining.
thing I want to say to the county, the Chiefs Stadium coming here, we now have the attention. We have the attention that we can group together and have our own executive sessions. We don't have to include them. The less we do online and the more we do offline and the less they know, the more we will organize and take our lives back because they don't care. Public safety is not their most important, or police would have enough officers. Fire would have enough people. They would have the apparatuses, but we don't know where the money's going every time we ask it. So from this point forward, every major public works construction project, every star bond development project, we want quarterly reviews of the construction schedule as well as a budget and where they are cost-wise. We want to see, plan the work, work the plan, save the money. This is over. The free ride is over. My appraisal went up $50,000 and nobody can tell me how or why. Tell you what, UG, come by my house and I will be out of here in 30 days. That's a promise to you. Come buy it.
Your time
Say
has
you're not in the
expired.
real estate business, you own monarchs, you are looking to buy the baseball fields.
Carrie, your
and you
time
have
is up.
enough in here, so handle it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Pop. Mike May on deck.
All right, there we go. Good evening. My name is Alex Pop, and I live at 323 South 74th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. I would like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to comment on the proposed resolution to exceed the revenue neutral rate, though let's call it by its less innocuous name, a property tax hike. While I don't object to property taxes in principle, and whether we like it or not, taxes are the price we pay for civilization. When consistent, assessed fairly, and funds faithfully used, taxes sustain a community by providing its people the resources and infrastructure they need to live, work, grow, and improve their overall quality of life. However, the proposed resolution in front of us tonight does none of these things. I had a sense of deja vu when I opened my mail earlier this month to find a hearing notice for another tax increase. It was in fact this time last year on August 26th, 2025, that the board voted 7-3 in favor of a previous hike over the wishes of the council chambers filled to the brim with objecting constituents, myself included. According to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation, Wyandotte County already has the highest effective property tax rate in the Kansas City metro area at 1.39% of a home's appraised value once you write that check and go out the door. This is also higher than the Missouri state average at 0.89%, Kansas's state average, which is still surprisingly high at 1.21%, and the U.S. national average of 0.9%. Moreover, I've seen my own and my neighbors' assessed home values consistently increase year on year since arriving in 2019. Given recent increases in tax rates and steadily increasing home values already providing additional income for the unified government, I question the credibility and completeness of the facts and figures presented this evening that attempt to justify the need for additional revenue. Over the course of the past 7 years, I've seen tax rates and appraised values rise several times in Wyandotte County, and I've yet to see any tangible benefits on my own neighborhood. Our area remains disconnected from central sewer. Riverside Park is in a terrible state of disrepair. And just
1
this
minute
afternoon,
remaining.
Roger that. And just this afternoon, there was a brief power outage along my street in the middle of what only could be described as fair weather and a light breeze. Not to mention the tragedy and travesty that we have seen during the repair from the recent storms. Despite these difficulties, I still want to call Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, my home. I take no small amount of civic pride in the character of its citizens and the opportunities it has for continued growth. Nonetheless, until the board reaffirms their own commitment to our community through their actions using the existing resources at their disposal, I see no reason to enable further waste of taxpayer dollars while pricing out current and future residents who call the dot home and care enough to be here about it to talk this evening. I thank the board for listening to my comment this evening, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike May. Scott Harding on deck.
My name's Mike May. I live in Turner, have all my life. And I think this storm here we just had is a job performance evaluation. And from what I can see, the unified government in Wyandotte County failed. All these people down there have been failed. And you want to raise everybody's taxes. There's people down there that can't even afford insurance on their house, can't afford to get them trees cut off of them. And we get no help from anybody other than people, volunteers, go out there and do it. Companies like Phil Lopez goes out there and cuts trees for nothing and then gets in trouble for driving a truck up the road that wasn't tagged yet and he was trying to help with. What are we going to do? I mean, these retired people in this county can't keep affording to pay these taxes. You're running everybody out of their homes. I mean, this revenue neutral thing is crazy. Leave it like it is. Don't exceed. Help us out. I mean, we need help. Everybody in this county needs help. And nobody up there seems to give a crap. There's a couple of them over here that vote against all you people every time. Every time. These two men over here will vote no. But everybody else says, oh no, let's raise it. We don't give a shit. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You just don't care. Don't care whatsoever whether we can afford to get anything or not. I mean, we need to do something different here. Figure out what's going on. Seniors shouldn't have to pay taxes on their house if they own it. I've owned my house for 15 years and I still got to pay every year taxes on the dang thing. My house is paid for.
1 minute remaining.
I mean, we need to change some of this. Seniors that have a paid for house shouldn't have to pay nothing else. Taxes should be done. All right, that's all I got to say. I'm sorry, but that's it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Harding. Doug Kirsty on deck.
Let me be crystal clear. My name's Scott Harding. Can everybody hear me? Okay. You know, everybody has asked for this line item on our different projects and stuff like that. And we asked for open records to get this information. The mayor's asked for it. The other mayors asked for it. You guys should give it to citizens and post it. You, hey, the guy that's over there looking at his phone. You should get this out to the public. Show us where this miscellaneous is. The bonds, the special bonds, they're hiding stuff. I've looked at the audits. You guys should be ashamed for hiding stuff. From what I hear, I had a paper one time. There's like $49 million that's going into nonprofits and different projects. That's over a few years, I think, but that's what I'm hearing. Now, you guys got the numbers, and you won't give it up. You won't give it up. You won't give it up, and none of the commissioners will give it up. We want line item veto, or not vetoes, but we want to see the items. And another thing, has any of you commissioners got a line item of anything on the budget? Anybody? Raise your hand if you got anything. You got a line item. We'd like to see it on Facebook. And the other day, I was Sunday, and we had a photo op out there. We're out there working on a job. And the mayor comes up and says, oh, we don't pay attention to Facebook. Well, maybe she should. And all you guys should. Because, God damn it, these people, we're working 80 hours a week for free for these people that's losing their houses. Not only here in Wyandotte County, it's Johnson County. You guys ought to be ashamed. Every one of you. I call you the Dirty Eight.
Mr. Harding, Mr. Harding, I'm gonna ask you,
I can
excuse me.
I can get as loud as
I am not denying your, I am not denying your freedom of speech. I am not denying your freedom of speech.
We listen to you. You listen to
Mr. Harding, you do not have to attack this board.
Listen to you. I don't hear a word you're saying. Nothing. Okay, here's the deal. We know there's problems out there. We found fraud. And we showed it to you. I sent it to the mayor. I sent it to everybody. Even USD 500's got it. The old mayor found, what, 28 million of P-card fraud. Has anybody ever been prosecuted? Hell no, they haven't been prosecuted. And why? What is our district attorney doing?
1 minute remaining.
Home rule. That's bullshit. You guys need to change it where you guys are accountable for what you're doing.
We're not using derogatory comments, Mr. Harding.
I can say whatever I want. You interrupted me 2 minutes.
Would you like me to I can stop.
2 minutes.
Mr. Harding.
You guys are always saying, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Well, yeah, we can do that. We can get loud.
I just asked you to be respectful. That's all I asked you to do.
It's over on other places. Everybody's had lawsuits and they lost. Do you want another lawsuit? You got enough to deal with. And all these nonprofits you give like $2 million to a church. That could have went to our police and fire.
What?
And you didn't do it. You didn't do it. None of you did it. You voted for it. I sat there and I watched the meeting. You guys let it happen. It shouldn't be that way. You're here for the citizens. You're supposed to do what we want. And we got over 10,900 people now, and they're afraid to come out and talk to you guys. I tell them I'll come out and I'll talk. And here I am, and I'm talking for them, and I'm trying to get loud for every goddamn one of them.
Your time has expired.
It's pissing me off. We go out there and work our ass off. I'll tell you what, that Phil, Chuck,
Mr. Harden, your
and
time
Andrew,
is up.
you guys did a hell of a job this weekend. We
Your
appreciate you,
time-
dude. And I'll tell you
your
what, the other
time is
people were
up.
just sitting on their nuts. Shouldn't have been that way. Should have been
Would
out
you
there getting stuff
please-
done. And a photo op don't get nothing done.
I am really asking you all to please be respectful. That's all I ask for. We are respecting you. We are. I'm just asking that you respect this meeting. Respect the meeting. Respect the meeting. If we can't okay, there will not be any more movement and there won't be any more talking. Clerk, the clerk will not say the next name. We're just gonna sit here in silence. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Excuse me.
You have people that are being disrespectful, and I mean for us to be respectful. That's all I've asked for you. That's all. Ma'am, no one has been disrespectful from this board right now.
Of where they're going to live, that's disrespect right there. And these people are working their butts off all of their lives. You guys have only mainly seen seniors up here. Young people can't afford to buy a home.
This is not your moment to talk. Okay, can she be removed, please? All I ask is for you to be respectful. That's all I ask is please be respectful. I am talking about in this meeting.
People, please. People, hear what I have to say. Everybody, please calm down. Calm down, people, please. Can I speak for a minute? Can I speak? People, please, calm down. Everybody, calm down. Hear what I'm going to say. Listen and hear. Don't listen, hear. You're shooting yourself in the foot. When a man got a gun to your head, what do? You do what he tells you. They have the power, okay? They can throw you out and never listen to you again. What can you do? You're shooting yourself in the foot. Calm down. You can say everything you need to say in the right way. But if they shut you out and you say nothing, what you got? They got the power to shut you out and close this down right now.
I didn't come here to talk to
So
you.
listen,
Listen.
no. We're speaking for the community. And we want to say, I want to say what I have to say. And if you get us thrown out, I don't get to say nothing.
How can you take his time?
I'm not taking nobody's time.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring some peace and some calmness in here so I can get to say what I want to say. Just like you want to say what you want to say. But if you get us sold out here, I'm not going to get to say nothing. So just calm down and listen. And when your turn comes, say what you need to say. But don't deprive me of mine by getting us all thrown out of here. They got the power to do that. Can you make us come back in and make them not let me talk? Say what you need to say. No, say what you need to say.
Okay, we're gonna take a recess.
I filled their pain. Everybody's. Oh, I know.
You're running hard.
Are we going to calm down? The young lady over here, I want her out of this out of this room. Over there, not you, ma'am, not you, Carrie, the other lady. She needs to be removed. Yes, remove her, please. I need you to be removed. I'm not. Mr. Harding, if you say anything else, I'm going to ask you to leave, okay? I'm just asking you to be respectful. All right? Can you do that for me? Does that mean yes? I don't understand sign language. Does that mean yes? I guess it does. So I won't expect you to say anything else. Is there anyone else who has difficulty in just listening to each of the comments so that we can complete the meeting? Because if you have an issue with that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and leave. Okay. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Doug Kirsty with Anthony Ross on deck.
My name's Doug Kirsten. Been around Wyandotte County my whole life. I've never lived anywhere else. It seems like everything's going out towards the Legends, nothing on past 435 this way or anything. My taxes or my appraisal went up on my house the same amount this year that what I paid for the house 20 years ago. That can't be. There's nothing down there. It's right 47th and parallel and the storm damage right around there, there's still people without any power. You know, we had to rely on other people to try and get something done. So you keep raising our taxes and stuff. I'm getting ready to retire. Sooner or later, I'm not going to be able to pay my taxes. Maybe somebody should take cuts in pay and stuff like that, maybe if you can't do your jobs right. I don't need 3 minutes to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anthony Ross. Stephanie Poole-Holbert on deck.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Ross here, and presently, I did not really come to really speak. I come to hear like and learn some things here, but I have learned quite a bit. So forth. I think both sides that have valid arguments to what they have said, and both sides have their gripes also here too. But I just want to know, we're being assessed taxes by an appraisal. No one's came by my house. My house's value has not raised. My streets have not changed. My my neighborhood has not got any safer here. So well, I like the fact that when somebody's saying, if you're going to raise my taxes, let me see something besides something on paper or also on a video. That is so disrespectful here and so forth. We're all supposed to be intelligent individuals and so forth. If you say you're gonna do something, put up and do it. This is getting ridiculous for grown adults who are here trying to fix things. All the hollering and the shouting and so forth solves anything. We need to come together and find a solution here and so on. We're all in this fiery hole all together. When you leave here today, you'll have issues also here too. I don't know whether we should put it to prayer. I do. Everything goes to prayer through me and so forth. If we cannot save ourselves, we need to all pray anyway. Just plain and simple. So I just encourage our commissioners, our residents of Wyandotte County to just come together. Yes, I'm being out, see, I'm being outbidded like in my home also too. I'm retired.
1 minute remaining.
My dollar has shrank. I had to cut back on everything and so on. But there is a solution here. So we cannot allow ourselves to fight among ourselves when we still have the issue. So like if you don't mop your issue up to today, it'll still be there tomorrow. That bottle there on that table will not move until somebody takes accountability and move it. So let's take accountability of what we're doing now and Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Pujol-Birch. Eva Garcia Mesa on deck.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Stephanie Pujol-Birch, KCK resident. Oh, I lost track. Hold on one second. I'm going to read this, so I'm not going to be able to look at you personally, just so I stay on track, because I can become pretty passionate, as a lot of people have expressed here. They've become passionate as well.
I understand.
I understand that governing is in this county is complicated, and I recognize there are legitimate needs and difficult decisions that have to be made. My concern tonight is not that the unified government should never spend money or make adjustments. My concern is the way we approach the budget and the responsibility we have to the taxpayers that fund it. I run a business, manage a household, and I own rental properties. I have to live within my budget. If I have several rental properties that need work at the same time, I have to prioritize. If a tree needs to come down because of an impending storm, that may take priority. If an air conditioner is out during summer, that becomes another priority. Other projects may have to wait until I can afford them. I can't simply spend an additional $15,000 to $20,000, then tell my customers, my tenants, or my family that I need to find more money because I didn't budget properly. I believe our local government should operate under the same principle. We are being asked to amend the 2026 budget by approximately $15 million, while also looking at a proposed 29% increase in the mayor's office for the 2027 budget. I understand that circumstances change, but when we need to add approximately $15 million to a budget, I believe taxpayers deserve to know exactly why those expenses weren't anticipated, what spending can be reduced or postponed, and what steps will be taken to make sure we aren't back here next year doing the same thing. I'm also concerned about the proposal to exceed revenue neutral and about the apparent push to fast track an additional sales tax. Before asking taxpayers for more money, I believe the government should first demonstrate that it has done everything reasonably possible to live within the revenue it already receives.
1 minute remaining.
I also have a question about the consequences of not balancing the budget. I have heard concerns that there can be circumstances in which a state becomes involved if a local government cannot meet its financial obligations. I don't want to make a claim that isn't accurate, so I would like our elected officials to clearly explain what would actually happen if the unified government could not balance its budget without additional revenue. Is additional taxation truly necessary to prevent a legal or financial problem? Or are we asking taxpayers for additional money because we have chosen to maintain spending levels that don't fit within our existing revenue? These are two very different things. If additional taxes are being proposed because they're a general financial requirement, then please explain to us clearly. Tell taxpayers what the consequences would be without the additional revenue. If the alternative is to prioritize spending, postpone less urgent projects, find efficiencies, and live within the existing budget, then I believe that option deserves serious consideration before we reach further into taxpayers' pockets.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eva Garcia Mesa. Ivo Quinos on deck.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
So
I'd like to discuss some concerns about the way that we continue.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City,
you.
Kansas. I want to raise some concerns about how we continue to discuss and dissect the county's finances. Every year, we're told if we don't increase the mill levy, within the next few years, we're going to be in the red and the state is potentially going to have to step in. And then subsequently, during that same year, when we're talking about an amended budget, we find millions of dollars to put forth on an amended budget. So that points to me to ask, are revenues intentionally being underpresented so that there is leeway for departments to spend without control? I feel that is something residents should know. And while we have the conversation of potentially exceeding revenues, we are simultaneously discussing putting a measure on the ballot that the same residents that will pay for this increase will pay an additional $28 million in sales tax. That proposal, a part of it will fund parks. We currently have more than 50 parks in this county, but I think we have to honestly ask ourselves, what are we getting for the millions of dollars that are already being dedicated to the system? Maybe the answer isn't continuing to maintain a larger ledger of parks that are individually underutilized. Maybe the better approach is to strategically consolidate and invest significantly in a smaller number of truly exceptional, centrally located parks that residents actually want to visit and use. And we cannot have this conversation without asking residents for more money without actually acknowledging what is happening to homeowners right now. In October, approximately 175 homes are expected to be placed on the county tax sale. That should serve as a warning to this board. These aren't abstract numbers. These are people and family who are demonstrating that the existing tax burden is already unaffordable.
1 minute remaining.
I'd also like to address a narrative that I often hear in this community. The idea that illegal immigrants are taking resources away from residents. We need to be careful about allowing that narrative to distract us from the real issue. The question before this commission is how we manage the resources that are entrusted to them and whether taxpayer dollars are efficiently and responsibly being used. We should be looking at the budget, the priorities, and the spending decisions, not blaming a group of people for this county's fiscal challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yiva Quinos. Carrie Thrush on deck. Ms. Quinos? Okay. Our next speaker is Carrie Thrush. K.L. Armstrong on deck. Do we have a Ken Thush? Could be either or. Okay, last call. Next speaker is K.L. Armstrong. Do we have an Armstrong? Last call. Mayor, those are the last individual we had signed up to speak.
Okay. I'll now recognize members of the public online who would like to speak on this item. Please raise your hand to be acknowledged. When recognized, please state your name and city of residency for the record. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Mayor, we have Amanda Parkhill online.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Parkhill, you'll need to unmute. State your name and residence for the record.
Amanda, you can go ahead and speak.
Amanda, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was delayed.
Okay.
Amanda Parkhill, 2227 North 104th Terrace. And I'm trying to find my notes. Okay, we have lived here for nearly 5 years. Granted, we purchased the home during the swing of high home prices, but we
Ms. Parkhill, we've lost you.
shortly after moving here, we found out that the street has several issues. One of which is being on the edge. We are not technically, granted that's my opinion, comparable to many of the neighborhoods in what would be considered Piper. We are outside of Piper proper. With some experience, understanding how this is working out, we have increased our appraised value on our home this year by $44,700. Little confused how appraisal can go up quite that much in 1 year. So brass tacks, regardless of other taxable units, someone spoke about that earlier. So there's the library, college, etc. What is driving the tax increase is our appraisal. So our appraisal has gone up $44,700 in 1 year. So based on previous slides, properties that have sold in this area, I haven't looked inside the loop. I know outside of the loop, I'm sure the properties have been selling higher. However, our house is not typical. We're in a flat ranch. We have not improved. We have not improved our home in 2 or 3 years. So we're a little confused how it goes up so much. So my second point, how much did the World Cup preparation eat into the city and county funds, contributing to the needs that we're now being told we are supposed to pay for this tax increase? How much did the chief's announcement artificially inflate our county appraisals? And since we do live within 3 miles of proposed attractions, and there are many, how do we square up if we decide to sell to leave this county because our taxes are over $6,000 proposed? So if we were to sell and we cannot get our now well over $300,000 that our house is supposedly worth, do we get a rebate from the county whenever our house cannot sell for that because the area that we do live in is not appropriate? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Well, those were for online.
Mayor, we have 2 individuals in the chambers who have asked to speak.
Who are they?
Okay, we have 4.
Have you given those names to the clerk? Okay. I don't know who was first, who was second, who was third.
Mayor, we can just call them up and have them come one at a time.
Who are the parties that want to speak? Okay, Miss Fanny, you can come first. We'll go this way. You, then you, then you. Okay?
Yes, my name is
No, I'm just
Fannie
saying you
Hill.
can go next.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us this opportunity to speak. I would truly want to apologize to you for the outbursts, but I understand the community because their pain is real.
I
I
do
feel
too.
their pain. and their anger is real.
Yes.
And this real estate tax, when you spend 30 years paying off a house, I just paid off my house, and my rent is $1,000 a month because now I get to rent it from the city and the county for $1,000 a month because of insurance. And you know what I did? I dropped the insurance. I said, I'm not paying $4,500 in insurance and over $5,000 in taxes. I'm not going to pay $1,000 a month. I prayed when the storm came that God would cover my house and let no damage. And he did just that, no damage. That's where my hope, my trust, and my everything lies. I'm not worried about the tax abolishment because I've been doing some research. And I found out that real estate tax is systematic corruption, illegal redlining, illegal appraisals, and illegal evictions from your home that you paid for. And it can be resolved. And I see Joe sitting over there, and I have to applaud him. And I see my friend that God sent to help me because I don't know social media. But real estate tax will be abolished because it's illegal and it's injustice and it's wrong what's happening to the people. I feel their pain and their anger. I apologize for the outburst. Sometimes you just lose control. I'm asking you to sit down with Tax Freedom Coalition and myself. I've been trying to meet with some of you all one-on-one to show you the money. Because if you don't see the money, you're not going to abolish real estate taxes. The money is there. Way we do development,
1 minute
giving away
remaining.
land, every piece of land in that land bank, if it was sold for the price you charged me for my land, that would bring in a lot of money. If you abolish real estate tax and close all the offices around the state, that would bring back 65 million. If infrastructure paid off when the STAR bonds was paid for, if you only put a fourth of it back into infrastructure and put the rest in the general fund for real estate tax, you wouldn't need no real estate tax. We've already worked it out. But like I told them, when we get in front of you, that's going to be the performance of your life. Lamar Hunt sold you a deal that he don't even know how he gonna come through and make good on it. But he got you to see it and you believe it. So you're going with him. And when you see the real estate tax abolishment money to compensate for it, you believe it, then you'll do it. If you don't believe it, you're not gonna do it. You can't do it. All I'm asking you to do is give him and myself the time at the table with you.
Your time has expired.
I just want you all to stand with us because the legislators is going to have to change it in the Constitution. And we're going before them when that office is open. And we want to know that you all are standing with us.
Thank
So
you.
give us a chance to sit down with you all. If you don't buy it, so be it. Nobody's
Thank
mad
you,
at
Ms.
you.
Fanning.
Nobody's mad at you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor.
Good evening.
My name is James Young. This is actually my first time being here. I was actually prompted to come down here after receiving a new real estate assessment on my home. I've lived in this home since 2008. I have watched my real estate taxes become more than my base mortgage payment, become more than my insurance payment. I don't have anything special. I live off 80th and Swartz. We have no city sewer. We have no sidewalks. We have no curb work. The road has not been paved since I moved in 2008. It took over a week for anyone to come out and fix the street where we had a water leak that had literally buckled the road by almost 2 feet. I'm just appalled at the fact that seeing what my taxes have come to be and not seeing any benefits. Everybody here tonight has made phenomenal cases and had phenomenal statements. You know, we could go into the whole illegal alien part. You know, at the end of the day, they're here, they're working, they're spending money. That's sales tax revenue. I can applaud that. But what I can't applaud is our government here not doing the basic needs for the people. You know, you've got people whose homes have been destroyed in a storm. We got some photo ops that went down, great. But us in this county, I've lived here my whole life. I watched my parents struggle with it. My parents still live in the same house that they bought in 1985. And to see what their taxes are now, that's more than what they ever paid for the house. They don't live in an exquisite house. They live over off Speaker Road, right next to Amazon. They're 3 houses down from Amazon. If you go sit on their back deck, it sounds like somebody's weed eating all day from all the drones. Nobody talked to them about any of that when they put Amazon in, yet we're gonna put the Chiefs in. Great. Who's gonna benefit from that?
1 minute remaining.
No, none of us are benefiting from any of these projects that you're bringing in. At least not that I've seen in my time. I've been here for 42 years. I've seen no benefit from the Kansas Speedway, and I'm a car guy. Don't get me wrong. I've got 9 freaking cars that I race myself, but I've seen no benefit from the NASCAR track. I've seen no benefit from the Legends, other than the fact that we have a place to go eat that's not off 78th and State Avenue. That's been the same since I was a kid. I drive down State Avenue. The buildings look the same. They might be a little more rundown. Same goes for Parallel, Leavenworth Road. It's all the exact same from when I was a kid, and I've been here for 42 years. I work in Johnson County. I see nonstop development. And I watch my boss, who has a $500,000 home, twice the value of mine, and his taxes are the exact same as mine. That's ridiculous.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Walker Yeager. Born and raised right here in Wyandotte County. Had the opportunity to really go through my community, door by door. I also had the opportunity to have some people assist with me. Stites, Lopez. Y'all brought tears to my eyes because y'all really got out there and worked. I came out the hospital and they were working their butts off for this old lady. You can't tell me medium income is $50,000. When you do your numbers based off of $50,000, because that's what the medium income here in Wyandotte County is. I'm a KCTA bus driver, okay, where you cut out buses to these jobs, and these people, I have to drop them off on State Avenue, and they have to walk probably about a mile to 2 miles to work because you cut that off. If you don't have transportation, you are not making the right moves. J.E. Dunn built what, $11 million? Now they want to do it for something $1 billion to build the stadium? Where's the benefits for the smaller companies? Abernathy came out and helped. What are you doing for our smaller businesses that are within our community that stay and been here since 1966?
1 minute remaining.
You cannot tell me this is going to be a positive move when you have 175 houses that are getting ready to go up for in losing their houses. There's nothing that you're doing that's positive here. We want you here to do something positive. Look at that budget. Make sure that we have the right sirens so when the wind goes around and it starts at 50 miles an hour, that it starts sirening. I told them 3 years ago that that was a problem. And here we are in the devastation. But I am going to ask you, every last homeowner that has lost because they could not afford insurance, or they could not afford to fix their house, their cars, no food.
Your time has expired.
Money from FEMA. Get the money so the people can at least feed their families.
Thank you.
Please promise me that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your time and attention this evening. My name is Donald Widger. I'm the general manager of Famous Dave's over in the Legends. I'm here to speak on the behalf of the owner, David Jones. He wasn't able to make it. He is recovering from a surgery that he had just recently. But he did ask me to come and speak with you to share a small business experience and to highlight some of the disparities that he sees in the taxation for small businesses in Wyandotte County versus other locations around not only Missouri and Kansas and Nebraska, but around the country as a whole. Okay. Real estate tax expenses in Wyandotte County. I'm sorry, real estate tax expenses in Wyandotte County in the state of Kansas he asked me to come here and speak about real estate taxes in Wyandotte County in the state of Kansas in an attempt not only to save his restaurant, but small businesses in the area. Our real estate taxes have increased from $45,000 in 2019 to roughly $100,000 in just 6 years. How is a small business supposed to cover these annual expenses? It should be unlawful on how big businesses continue to win and small businesses continue to lose. We can't pass this expense on to our customers anymore. Our menu prices are peaked, even with the continued rise in food, labor, and utility costs. The national average for occupancy costs in 2025 was 7.3%, with a specific location being 17.1%. Dave Jones has appealed taxes year after year with the Wyandotte County and with the Kansas Board of Tax Appeal, last year with little to no luck. It is unfortunate that people in power that make financial decisions for other people are people that for the most part have never owned a business. They don't know what it's like to cover increased expenses when the cash and sales flow aren't there to cover them. I provided the following facts during my tax appeal to both Wyandotte County and the Kansas Board of Tax Appeal. Real estate tax statements of my
1
other
minute remaining.
restaurants with similar evaluations in other states. Nebraska ranges from 18,000 to 36,000, Missouri 11,000. Real estate tax statements from other Famous Dave's franchises in California with similar evaluations. California has a maximum tax table multiplier of 1%. So my Kansas evaluation is $2,295,000. In California, that would not exceed $23,000, but instead $100,000 in the Midwest, most notably in Wyandotte County. Our franchisor is the largest international restaurant group in the company with nearly 7,000 units in their portfolio. They currently have a location in the Legends with another concept that has a real estate tax bill that is in the top 10 of the highest real estate tax expenses of all their 7,000 locations around the world. Not sure what else needs to be said other than this factual statement. The only reduced real estate tax bills and assessments in the Legends area have been those to large companies that have in-house counsel to fight and win appeals. As of 2025, Famous Dave's has the 3 highest real estate tax bills for the restaurants in the Legends area and was told on the record at a Kansas BOTA hearing that Famous Dave's property evaluation was valued 50% less due not to being located in the Legends, but on the outskirts.
Your time has expired.
Okay. I just want to finish by saying, Dave Jones is a veteran and a true blue collar small business owner. He served in the Army.
Thank
He
you.
started as a dishwasher and has run this business for 23 years.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Are there any other comments? One more?
Hello, my name's Jack Heinerman. I've owned a property over on Wood End Avenue since 1993. That's 33 years. It's a 723 square foot piece of property that I remodeled when I first bought the property. It needs a new roof. It's sort of the rural area there. There are no sidewalks. It's on septic. There are no curbs. And I just got my new tax appraisal here, and I'm not sure what wheel that they're spinning to get this thing or something, but my property tax increased 103.888%. Over 100% on a piece of property that's 700 and some odd square feet. It is appraised at $343,000. If anybody wants to buy it, it is for sale. So there will be, I will be checking with somebody on it, but as other people were speaking about the appraisal process, I have no idea how that everybody appraises these properties, because properties are different. But when you increase anything 103.888%, there is something that's definitely wrong that needs to be addressed in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. I had some things prepared, but I decided to tell a story. My dad lived in well, I'm a fourth generation, so that tells you my dad lived here. My mom and dad's home, they could not afford to pay their property tax for a few years because of illness. If my dad had not been a veteran, he would have lost his home. Understanding that, as I've moved forward in life, my hope was I'd be able to retire like around 65, have some life ahead of me and still be able to do things. But our house has, it's doubled in the value, appraised value, and it's also doubled in what we pay per year. So the price is such that that isn't looking like that's going to happen in our future anytime soon, that we'll be working. So that's one thing. I do want to say and encourage people that if you get on like WICO space calendar and just go to any day on the month and look up the meetings, you can easily get on Zoom and be part of standing committee meetings and Board of Commission meetings, because there's a lot of voices online, but the voices need to be here. I do have some memories of some things like the mayor brought up with our emergency radios. Why didn't we get a MARC grant? I just think there's some arenas where we can look at other options versus it coming out of our taxes. I'm paying property taxes for those things. So that's about all I want to add. I'm a little emotional, kind of thinking through my parents' situation, hearing the senior citizens. It breaks my heart because I know a lot of them are going to be losing their homes. And I think it's going to take every part of our government needs to go revenue neutral. I understand your point about all of the different entities.
One
Even if
minute
they all
remaining.
went revenue, thank you. Even if they all went revenue neutral, we'd still be paying more because appraisals are higher. So I just want to kind of point that out. So I thank you all for hearing us tonight, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? All right, if there are no further comments from the public, then I will close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. One question that I had that, and this is for staff. So, excuse me, at the 5% appraisal that on the sheet that you showed, what does that equate to in a mill, right? So what would that equate to at no mill increase, but with the 5% in appraisals going up? If that was based on what we think that it was going to do, what would that equate to in a mill, both on the city and the county side?
Debbie Johns, your deputy CFO.
might have to do some calculating for that. The example that I used was just, like I said, I did not use an actual rate. I can probably calculate. I know in the example that I used, when it went revenue neutral, the mill dropped 8 mills. Now, Reggie you might have the numbers for what the actual increase was and what that dollar value is on both the city and the county.
So if we are to go from the revenue neutral rate on the city side, the value is $4.1 million. And on the county side, it's 4.8 million. And it's equivalent to, on both the county and the city, is $1.9 million each. Or, 1.9 mils each. So it's 1.9 mils on the city and 1.9 mils in the county.
So nearly two mills if we just took the appraisal, right? Revenue neutral, and we just took the appraisal numbers at 5%, correct? And is that an accurate assumption that 5%? One gentleman just spoke about 100%. So, right, I mean, that's going to throw some numbers off. But are most people seeing a 5% increase? Are they seeing 10? I'm going to tell you, I'm probably going to tell this story, and my dad might be a little bit upset at me. So, I appreciate folks that spoke out about, the help, doing some help over the weekend for people. I believe very much in coming together and helping our community when they're in need. And it was and I know Commissioner Howard's online, but I worked with him on Saturday, and he had a young lady that was working hand in hand with him. And that lady cared so much about her community. As we drove around and cut branches and picked up trash, it was amazing to see the people that were looking for help and just wanted somebody to reach out and lend a hand. And then we worked on Sunday doing the same thing, cutting trees and doing what we could. And I think a lot of people are just that. They're asking, where are we at? Where's the county? Where's the city? When people are being asked to donate their own time to go out, not that I minded it at all, but I'll get back to what I was saying about my dad. So I told Phil on Sunday, I think it was just yesterday, I said, hey, I gotta go. It was late in the afternoon. I said, my dad's in intensive care. I said, I gotta go. He had a surgery on Friday, and I won't get into all the details, but I go up there and I see him, and I swear to you, this is what he asked me. He said, as he laid there in intensive care, he said, man, what are they doing about our taxes? And I think about that here's a guy that's literally fighting for his life, and he's worried about our taxes, what we're doing. I'm worried about, Dad, are you going to make it home? And that's just one example of the people that are out here that are just struggling every day. My dad and mom, they don't live in a fancy mansion house. They're both retired on fixed incomes. They don't know where the additional money's coming from. And it tears at my heart to see these people that are out there that are truly, they're not coming here to complain and fight, to be mad at us. They're doing this out of fear because they don't know where the money's coming from. I know I've asked many times about how we really drill down into our budget. And I think I truly believe that there are cuts that can be made, that we don't have to go to the well. And I mean the well being the taxpayer. We continue to, when those shortfalls come, that we think that we can just go to the taxpayer and everything will be all right. Well, those days I believe are over. We've heard people say about 175 houses that are going on the tax sale. I would venture to believe that half of, or not more, wish they could still have their house and it wasn't going to go on the tax sale and they wanted to continue to live there. Man, I'm going to tell you, I don't know the particulars on, at the state level as far as a property tax cap. I don't know what that truly looks like. What people can't budget for are these 10, 15, 20, 100% evaluation increases. They can't budget for it. They don't know what to expect for next year. You know, as a Kansas City, Kansas police officer, right? When we voted on our contract, we'd get our contract. We knew that we were going to get a 3% raise or a 2% raise or 4%. You knew exactly what you were going to get. Well, my mom and dad, they're not getting. The people out here aren't getting those raises when they're on fixed incomes. It's over. But the bills keep adding and going up. So they can't budget for these outrageous increases. I too believe that when somebody reaches an age, whether that age is 60, 65, 70, I don't know the number, but I think we can work on it. I know we can't abolish taxes here at the local level right now. At least I don't think we can. But I think there needs to be some really soul searching and looking into the people that are coming here and trying to figure out where the next dollar is going to come from. There's folks that are out there making decisions on whether they get medication, food, or pay their taxes, or maybe they can't do any of it and we're talking about the, excuse me, we talk about the homelessness situation. Well, taxes are adding to that homeless situation. We're not fixing it by just throwing more money at a homeless shelter, because we're kicking people out just as fast as the people that are getting into those houses, that we're trying to help them. We're trying to get them out on the road to recovery or fix their situation, whatever it may be. But when we're raising the taxes, there's 175 potential people that are going right back out going back out into homelessness. I know that was a long rant, and I hopefully can get back to the number. So it was about a 2 mil, right? 2 mils on the city side and 2 mil on the county. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Which is 4.1 million and then 4.8. Okay. I'll let others speak. I know they want to. I know I'll probably have other questions. I'll end by saying this. I'll end right now by saying this, 'cause I'm sure there's probably going to be more. I just think that there is more that we can do, in my opinion, in our budgets to not have to go back to the well. Thank you.
Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, I just wanted to be sure that we all understand with revenue neutral, that does not mean that you can take the 5% increase in value. Revenue neutral means every dollar that you collected last year is the same dollar you will collect this year. So if there's an increase in value, you can't take that.
Right, to the tune of about 4.1 million on the city side and 4.8 million on the county, right? And what I'm getting at is I don't think there's anybody out there, and now you got me back talking again. I said I was finished. But I'm gonna tell you, I don't think there's anybody out there that got a 5% increase. I think they got 7, I think they got 8, I think they got 10, I think somebody got 100, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that 100% increase, we're basing it on a 5%. That was the number. And then if I'm not mistaken, there were 3 categories, 5%, 10%, and a decrease of 5%. I want to see anybody out there at all that got a decrease on their evaluation, because I don't believe they did. If they did, I'd love to see it. So I appreciate the slide, and I like where you're going with it, but I think that 5 needed to be eliminated on the increase, and then probably start at 10 and then work somewhere between 10 and 100, because that's what people are seeing. So that 4.1, I believe, will probably double or quadruple the amount of money that the unified government is bringing back in by going revenue neutral and not increasing a rate. So really, the bottom line is, if you want people to not pay another penny more than they paid last year, we've got to do a mill reduction. That's what we have to do to truly be where people aren't going and spending more money out of their own pocket. Thank you.
And let's just be clear, you do a mill reduction, and I'm not against or for, but let's just be clear. A mill reduction means that, and you got to go back and look at what the revenue is that's coming in and the expenses that are going out. And that means that services and people will be cut. And so if I'm not asking for an applause, that's nothing really to be applauding about, because those are people who live here, who pay taxes just like everyone else. And that means that impacts those families. So I'm just putting that out there, that you just need to be very well aware that you can't have it one way and then not another. That means services and people will get cut. And if that's what's going to happen, then that's what happen. Okay? And I just want that to be very clear for everyone. Okay, Pacheco?
This will be my 5th budget, and I'm very much aware.
I know, I'm not going against anything you're saying, Stites.
No, I'm saying, I agree. I understand what you're saying. I get that at 5. But here's what I will tell you. And Ms. Fanning Hill's still here, and I see her. And I remember, I think it was last year, it might have been the year before, she said, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. I remember it like it was yesterday. And she said, people are going to have to make sacrifices. We got to decide as a community what it is that we're willing to fund and not fund. That's really what it boils down to, right?
Yep.
We all agree, police, fire, those things are important. What do we absolutely have to do? And then I give that analogy again about the pickup truck, the car that we have. And I understand, you go in and you look at a truck, and you guys have all heard this before. You go in to buy a pickup truck and because you just need a car to get to work and back, right? And you don't care if it's got AM, FM radio, power windows, air conditioning, or what it has. You just need a vehicle to get to work, right? Well, you get into the dealership and you go, man, I sure would like to have power windows. That'd be nice. I don't have to crank the windows down, right? And you go, I'll go ahead and add that on. And then you say, oh, you know what? It sure does get hot in Kansas. You know, I better go ahead and add that air conditioning. Next thing you know, you've went from a basic mode of transportation, basics of what a unified government should operate, to now this truck where they've now talked you into this pickup truck that you probably can't really even afford. And I believe that that's where we're at. I just think that we've got to get back to the basics and try to figure out what it is that we're willing to fund, what we're willing to sacrifice and make happen. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. So I've got a lot of scribbled down notes on this sheet here. I'm going to try to make my thoughts as coherent as possible here. So number one, I believe it was Mr. Harding who asked for line by line. I've been very adamant about sharing our new feature that we have, which is called Open Book, which is essentially a line by line item of our budget, as well as the audit is freely available to anybody who wants it. Now, one thing I will say is that we need to make it more accessible. It should probably be a little bit easier to find. I think that's something that we can easily fix, especially when it comes to budget season and the rest of the year. But that is something that is available for us to see, and it actually goes back a couple years, and it is very intensive. I mean, it will actually show you bonds, where the budget is at in every single department. I mean, that is about as good of a budgetary tool as we have ever had, probably for the commissioners to digest, as well as for our citizens to digest. And then ultimately the responsibility is upon the commissioners to really take all that information and try to make the most of it that we possibly can. So I appreciate you saying that, because a lot of us up here have called for that, and we now finally have that. And so that's why I raised my hand to your question, because we have that available. And that's very important for us to have. So I just wanted to make that clear that that is available for our citizens, and I have shared it on my social media and multiple platforms already. I do think we need to make it a little bit more accessible for our public to find. One of the ideas that I've kind of run with, and when I ran last year for this seat was, it's very, it can become a very black or white decision about revenue neutral or not. And one of the things that I really try to get to, and I heard several citizens say tonight, is I just want to know that what I'm paying, I'm getting something in return. And I agree. I mean, the thing that I said when I ran and I say today is that I want us to get to what we call, at least at minimum, a service neutral budget, meaning that whatever we fund this year or next year or the year after that provides at minimum what we were getting the year before. But here's the tough talk, and I'm okay having it with folks, is that in order to provide that same amount, it becomes exceedingly difficult for a government or any business even to do that with less money or the same money from the year before, which is what revenue neutral means. There are ways that we can fix parts of the budget, as Commissioner Stites is alluding to. There are some cuts that are in there, and if you go through the line by line, there's some things that we would have to decide and say out loud what we want them to be. But it is a very difficult thing to do when at minimum the cost to put the gas in the fire trucks goes up every year, right? And that's just a basic thing. Or the cost of an employee, what it costs to insure them every year. Those things go up in perpetuity, and there's no way that we can stop that from happening. So in order to provide a service neutral budget, it's going to cost more every single year forever. That is a tough reality for us to think about, but it is the truth. So when we think about this, my goal is to try to hurt our people the least financially, but it is also a disservice to our people to not provide the services that they deserve and that they feel like are missing. We had several people talk about the response to the storm or, streets issues, and those are all things that we can get into the weeds about. But essentially, it's a call for wanting to live in a first-class city, to feel like you're being taken care of. I hate to use I don't like the term of government taking care of me. I think we can take care of ourselves. What I'd rather say is that that the government cares about our people. The one thing that I do take exception to when I hear folks say that none of us care, or you guys don't care about us. I usually say I can only speak for myself, but in this particular case, I think I speak for every single one of us up here that all of us care immensely about the citizens of our county. I listening to Commissioner Stites speak about his parents and his experience, and there's plenty of people in here who have spoken tonight about their history in Wyandotte County, how many generations they are. I grew up in this county my entire life. One person was here for 42 years, and he's got me by 4, so I've got 38, right? And so I've been here and probably in exactly the same part of the county that gentleman who was speaking, actually. I grew up going to those places on 78th and State, and I still do because I live right around the corner from there. I grew up in just a normal household. Firefighter dad, mom who worked for the public school system in Kansas City, Missouri. Normal household. Hey, we helped with the second business that they opened up so that way we can make ends meet. So I understand it, right? The idea that we don't care, that we are removed somehow, I don't necessarily take offense to it because I know that there is a lot of fear and anger. And I understand those things. But the one thing that I hope that when we go through these budget discussions and when we speak with the public and listen, this idea that we don't care, man, is just not true, guys. And I really wish we could get away from that. It's going to be very difficult for us to move forward as a community if we inherently see each other as that. If we don't move from that, if we just assume, if I assume that somebody who maybe speaks a little bit louder tonight, or maybe speaks out of turn, that there's something wrong with that guy, then all of a sudden I've dismissed that person. And when somebody says that none of us care, it's just dismissive of us as people who care deeply about the people of this county, more so than anybody else. I don't think there's anybody of us up here who really care much about any other people anywhere else than the people in this room or in this county. So I do take offense to that, but it's okay because we are elected to have the tough talks. And I think it's important for us to do so with facts. And so just a couple more facts and really some major things that I think we really need to consider here. Values, valuations, assessments going up. I mean, if we had a word cloud of the night, I think valuations and assessments would be one of the biggest words in that word cloud from tonight. And I agree. One of the very first statements of the night that was read by our clerk was from a citizen who said that, I know you commissioners or elected think that only can be done in Topeka and not locally, but I urge you to try to find a different way. I'm paraphrasing, but I agree. So there are certain things with our valuation system in the state of Kansas that really only reside at the State House. And if we want reform in how we value homes, the tax rate on those homes, like the 11.5% that we talked about earlier in the presentation, then those are reforms that we're going to have to take to Topeka. I'm happy to champion them as a representative of Wyandotte County at the State House as best I can. But I just want to give folks the reality of what we're dealing with. Also, the appraiser, perhaps to the chagrin of many folks, we're probably underappraised based off of the formula that he has to work with. This is fact. If you compare it with the rest of the valuations in the rest of the state, we undershoot by about 5 to 10%. It sounds crazy, but it probably has more to do with the valuation formula that was cooked up at the State House many years ago than it has to do at all with our county appraiser. And this isn't for me to throw any flowers on our appraiser or anything like that, to give any sort of undue credit or anything like that. It leads to the central problem, which is my final point, which is our valuations going up and not keeping up with what folks are making. And that is absolutely true, especially folks who are on fixed income. There's a gap there, right? And so that I think, if we heard nothing else tonight, is folks who are on fixed income and who are not seeing their income go up as much as their valuations going up is the problem. So only a small plug for a locally run Wyandotte County way for us to help fix the problem is to come up with a program in which we can provide some of the offset, some of that relief for the rise in your valuations. Commissioner Stites talking about some of these folks, when even the one person said 100%, you know, if we come up with some percentage that says after this certain percent in your valuation, it goes up year to year, if we could give you some of that money back, it would do two things. Number one, it would blunt the effect to your taxes. It wouldn't go up so high every single year. Number two, it would still allow free cash for the government to still provide the services that it needs to provide for you, spendable cash. So that's something that I've worked on. It's beside the point currently in this discussion, but when people are asking for us to do something, I heard think outside the box several times. There are folks up here who continue to try to think outside the box to fix this problem, because the bottom line is that we're all citizens too. And we all pay taxes too. And it's very possible that perhaps my tax bill doesn't hit me personally as much as it hits somebody who came up here and spoke tonight. It's very possible. I don't dismiss that. That does not mean that I don't care. In fact, quite the opposite. I care more because I went into this position. I think all of us went into this position. I went into the profession that I chose as a physician to help people. I see the fear. We see the fear. I see the disgust, the wanting for more, and I do think it is incumbent upon us to do a much better job, but I think we are getting there. Our debt is going down. that is a gorilla in the room that we have to tackle. And once that gets better, the need to put pressure on our citizens for their property taxes will go down. Our ability to do other outside the box thinking will go down. Our ability to cut certain things will go down. Always understanding that a cut from the biggest chunk of the budget is what's going to provide you the most property tax relief or tax relief, but also come with the other side of the coin that it may decrease the services that we depend on. And those are the fine lines that we're having to walk as your elected officials, the staff people, our budget, our finance office. Those are very tough decisions that we have to make, but they're very real decisions. And our goal is to hear you, understand you, and try to do the very best that we can. I appreciate all of the comments tonight. I take no offense to them. I understand where they're coming from. And God knows there's been some times where I've had similar thoughts, you know, even before I was an elected official. Now seeing it from this side of the ledger, you know, you're faced with some of the realities of what you're having to try to provide for the community, what folks expect from you, and trying to do it in a way that doesn't hit our families and our people is hard, because we know that in our county, our median incomes are lower than in other parts of the state. And that does not fall on deaf ears as far as it goes with me. So I appreciate everybody's public comment tonight. I think it's very informative for us. I was here last year during this public comment, and it was very similar. And sometimes it can feel like things don't change, but I do think like things are changing. I do think things are changing. I think this commission and this mayor have a different way of approaching problems. And it is early on in this particular group's time. And I think if you give us an opportunity, there are going to be things that we will do over time that will make things better for us financially and service-wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple things, kind of to echo Commissioner Pacheco and Commissioner Stites. I'm particularly interested in helping the state and letting the state know that we probably all support either a deep cut for primarily seniors, or just exempting 65 and over entirely from taxes. I think we'd all be interested in abolishing taxes and filling those gaps with the alternative and sustainable revenue sources that were mentioned here tonight. So I just want to be on record that those two things are of interest. They can't do anything about this budget, but they certainly are of interest. And I would really be interested in working with not only our local delegation, but anyone from Topeka that would want to help, because I think I heard correctly that both of those things would require some constitutional amendments, which go to a ballot for the people to vote on. So those are not things that are going to happen quickly, but I'm interested in them. And the only other thing, Mayor, that I would like to say is that I would like to put a correction on the record. We had a speaker incorrectly refer to my spouse, a member of my spouse's family, as my ex-husband. None of that is true. So I just wanted to be on record correcting that, since that was placed into the public record. It's absolutely not true. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. First, I want to commend the people who came and gave their comment. I've got a list of questions that I'm going to ask and answer, but I also have a separate list of questions from the presentation. So I'm going to start with those. But I appreciate you guys being here. I know it's a work night, it's a weekday, so it means a lot. Can we start with page 9 of the presentation, please? Thank you. My first question is, what is the current BPU pilot rate?
9.9%.
9.9%. Thank you. That annual appropriation revenue, which
And that is residential.
residential, yeah,
Yes.
okay. That was our primary focus is residential, so thank you. The annual appropriation revenue that Dr. Knieven spoke about, that was established with the initiating legislation with the STAR bond. We put that money aside every year in case there's a shortfall. There hasn't been a shortfall, so what happens with that money every year?
Shelley Knieven, CFO. We actually don't set the money aside because we expense it as well. It's truly a paperwork accounting treatment. We show it as revenue because we're obligated to. And then we show it as an expense because we have done the analysis that the STAR bond fund has adequate revenue to repay the bonds. So we're required to do this legally by the bond covenant, but it's not actually a revenue that we get or set aside, and it's not actually an expense that we actually pay. So I know it's confusing, and fortunately, we've never, ever done a STAR bond issue like that again.
Sure, so we do a formula for the current year or the previous year for the STAR bond, and we say this would be the amount we need. So is it fair to say that money just exists on paper then?
That's very true.
Okay.
For
thank you.
this purpose.
For
The
this,
money
for that
actually
specific purpose?
exists, but
Yeah.
just in a state fund to repay the bond.
Right, okay, thank you. Let's go page 22, please. It is, I think, just the formula, just one quick clarifying question. Is this the state statute to calculate the mill levy? Thank you.
Yes.
So that's how everybody's doing it in the state, all 105 counties. Thank you. I wanted to ask about how appraisals are kind of calculated, but some of my fellow commissioners have already asked that question, so I'm going to skip over that and jump to my notes from the public comment. I will start by saying that we've all been hearing it. It's hard out there. It's expensive to live right now for everybody. That's why throughout this process, even back during the max mill levy meeting, I voted no to proposing the max mill at 1 and 1 even for any raise. I believed then, and I still believe now, that at a minimum, we shouldn't be raising the mill at all and capture the appraisal value. Kind of piggybacking off that, we have a sales tax coming up on the ballot now, 2 sales taxes. That's just asking our residents to pay more taxes. Some of the reasons I voted no against those were those are disproportionately impacting low-income families. Sales taxes are inherently regressive. They take more percentage of a low-income person's budget than they do for a higher-income person's budget. So we're here talking about the property tax, but we need to keep in mind our residents are paying other taxes, and we're proposing not proposing, we did vote to add to the ballot even more taxes. I've said this up here a dozen times, and I'll say it again. These are not just numbers on a piece of paper that we're talking about. These are real life experiences that our residents are experiencing every single day. The person living paycheck to paycheck is not just a theoretical person. There are people deciding between paying my taxes or buying formula for my kids. I've spoken to some of them. Those people are real in our community. So we need to spend responsibly and budget to run the government, but we also need to do it in a way that doesn't bankrupt our residents. Off my soapbox. A question was asked about the Sunflower Hills Golf Course and the debt proposal in the budget. Does the Sunflower Hills Golf Course generate sufficient revenue to pay the proposed debt payments?
Shelley Knieven, CFO. At this time, it does not. However, the budget also includes taking the management and bringing it in-house instead of contracting it out, which based on those projected revenues, the answer would be yes. What we want to do is bring that in-house January 1st, wait 6 months to make sure that the revenue projections are good, what we expected, and then that would give us direction to come back to you then with a proposal for issuing bonds for that debt based on real factual information.
So the idea is to wait until we can confirm it is.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. There was several questions about FEMA and FEMA money. Can somebody smarter than me explain how FEMA reimbursement works? Do we have that money today? Do we have to go through a reimbursement process?
Yeah, Alan House, interim county administrator. So there are a couple of thresholds. There is a county threshold, which is, let's call it 900,000, that you need to hit in order to do a county declaration. Very quickly hit that and issued a county declaration Thursday of last week. The state followed suit with a emergency declaration. The threshold for the state to then submit to the federal government for reimbursement on public related costs, public infrastructure costs, is around $5.8 million. And it is from the initial estimation from BPU and from the removal costs and other things that we will exceed that number for this storm. And the state will, on our behalf, make a claim to the federal government. There are several steps sort of in that where the federal government has to decide whether whether they'll approve it or not. So, and the reimbursement trails significantly behind the initial costs that are expended. Those are all, again, related to public infrastructure costs. They are not individual assistance for homeowners. That is a very, very high bar, and we're not going to hit that for this event, this storm, devastating though it was for a number of households.
Thank you, County Administrator. Do we know, I know we had some of this assistance, I believe we did, during the floods in 2025. What is the turnaround time for reimbursement? It's several months to a year. I mean, it's quite a while.
Yeah, I last find out, I'm going to say a year plus 18 months.
Shelley can even CFO. Yes, at least 6 months to a year plus.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have money, we're spending our money and getting the reimbursement down the road. Okay, thank you.
If I just could
Sure,
clarify.
sure.
So some of this is assistance from the state. So I'll say the mayor also reached out and engaged our state partners, as did our emergency management. And when we made our declaration, they made theirs. That brought additional state resources to bear. So, for example, the Kansas Department of Transportation is now hauling debris away, and that is the state's expense that they're incurring. BPU, they're incurring their expenses for line restoration and for tree removal from tree companies. That is part of their expenses, and they'll get reimbursed for that. So there are UG expenses, but there are also expenses for public for dealing with the storm that are happening in other areas, not out of the UG fund specifically.
Perfect, thank you. The question was asked, and this might be towards legal or finance, I'm not sure. What would happen if the UG could not balance a budget? Would the state, I think the question was centered around state involvement.
Yes, Angela Lawson, Chief Counsel. In Kansas, a municipality cannot declare bankruptcy. However, we have cash basis laws where we have to have a balanced budget. We cannot obligate ourselves for more than we have. And our contracts reflect that. But if we were get into a situation where we were not able to pay, then the state would step in into a sort of a receivership type situation.
Okay, kind of like an assignment for benefit of creditors or similar.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And might I add?
Please.
I mean, we've gone through great recessions and things like that, and we always get a budget approved. We just would have to cut expenses.
Sure.
So it would be a lot to have to go through a bankruptcy.
I understand that. I more wanted to illustrate for the people who showed up and were asking what that would look like. So I appreciate that. There was a lot of frustration surrounding the process of making a budget, then amending the budget down the road, which I want to acknowledge. I don't have a question so much on this topic, but I do like, I had said Monday during or this past, Monday or Thursday, it's been a long weekend. I made a comment as to the effect of, is our budget a suggestion? And I know it's not. I know we set our budget and the budget is the budget for the department, but I think a lot of the folks in the public feel like it's more of a guideline. And that's some frustration that I absolutely understand, because it's tough to square for folks that we budget X amount of money and then we come back the next year and say, no, we actually need 8 or 10 million more. In my day job, I get a budget in my legal department, and if I spend it by November, I'm out of luck. So I think that's what most people in our community are used to seeing and hearing, and they just want to understand why that discrepancy happened. So again, that wasn't so much a question. I just want to call that out, not only for the public who was asking, but just for us to all kind of keep in mind in our budgeting process. If there's a way we can make it more accurate or transparent or explain why this happened, I think that'd do us a lot of good, because when people ask me, why do we have an $8 million amended budget? It's tough to answer that question. So I have no further questions or comments. I really appreciate staff. I know that this is hard work, and you guys are down in the numbers for hours and days at a time. So I don't want you to misconstrue my passion for anger. I just really appreciate the work you're doing, and I appreciate the public. And with that, Mayor, I think I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off of all of my colleagues' comments on everything. You know, my family migrated here from Mexico in 1916. That's how long I'm rooted here. Been here a while, I guess. I just was, thinking, I wonder what Grandpa Gray's taxes were back in 1916. But I'm a fighter. I'll go up against anybody, even though I know I'm gonna lose, right out in the middle of the street. If it's to fight for our community, if I know I'm gonna lose, I'm still gonna go. I'm gonna go bleed. And with the chiefs and all that whole spiel, with some of our comments, some of our public comments, we need to bleed. We may not win this fight, but we need to bleed. We need to bleed hard, and just stick it out. I know there was some comments about, us commissioners that were jumping in, helping our community with the storm. I'm going to tell you, if any one of my colleagues, these commissioners, if they had the equipment that I have, I guarantee they'll be right there. But all of our commissioners, we do our parts the best we can. They're out there. We're all working together, and I love how even our own community, we may not agree with a lot of things, but I just love to see us come together. We just, kind of just put our swords away and just go to bat and just come together for each other. I know that we have, we're trying to figure out this budget. We just might have a couple bad seeds we need to cut loose, but at the end of the day, we're gonna get this figured out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I knew it. Commissioner Davis. He loves doing that.
Of course. No.
He does it on
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a couple of comments. Having gone through what revenue neutral did to our community in 2025, I just did not see a tangible, noticeable difference as far as providing relief. There weren't a lot of folks contacting me saying, hey, we did it. I saw no increase at all. What I did hear was we had less resources and less programming and less funds available, not only to shore up our budget, but to serve our community. Again, we are not talking about freezing your individual property taxes. We are not talking about that because that's not what revenue neutral is. What we're talking about is receiving the same revenue that we did in the previous year in 2025. And I think that's where like my heart goes out. I hear what everyone is saying, but I think the conversation got removed from what the state law actually says. And having lived through it, having gone through it in 2025, you don't have to believe me. Go and look at your tax bill. Go and look. Because we made that decision and it did not have the impact that we thought it did. Where I think we probably need to mention, and where I'm going to mention, is we have done a phenomenal job helping our seniors, helping folks that are disabled with our rebate program. And I'm a big advocate of our rebate program because it puts more money per capita in the households of our community than revenue neutral ever could. And this year we did $1.5 million, over 2,000 households impacted by that particular program. And we're probably going to do even more next year. And so, I mean, taking offense, not taking offense, it is what it is. The numbers speak for themselves. I have constituents that thank me. I know folks, they won't come up here and say it, that got over $4,000 because of the hard work of our clerk's office. And they were able to pay their property taxes. They're able to put some savings away. They were able to help make ends meet because of the hardworking staff here at the Unified Government. And so there's another story to this that isn't being told. There's a story that, interestingly enough, many folks that are saying abolish property taxes don't want to talk about the property tax rebates. I get it, but politics aren't there. It is what it is. But there are existing programs to help. Are they perfect? No. But many of our residents qualify for them, and I'm going to continue to be a champion for them because we have over 11,000 households that do qualify, regardless of the facts that you want to make up. The appraisal process is, Mayor, the appraisal process is not controlled by local government. So I'm glad that we're talking about Topeka. I see we have a rep here. I'm glad we're talking about Topeka because we need Topeka's help. We do. A lot of the frustration that folks are talking about isn't that the rate went up. It's that the formula and what it produced was a drastic increase that outperformed and outdid any Social Security, any COLA adjustment, any sort of revenue or income that our average household in Wyandotte County generates. So we have to have not just a conversation on how much folks are paying in property taxes, but we have to have a conversation on how can we do our best to put money back in the hands of our residents. Because it's not just about property taxes that are going up. It's insurance. Somebody brought up rent. Again, I would love to see any renter who got a decrease in their rent when we went revenue neutral. Someone show me that. 40% of our community. You look at the US Census Bureau, 40% renters. Show me a renter when we went revenue neutral that got a reduction. It didn't happen. So that's 40% unspoken for, because regardless of what we do here, they're still going to see an increase in their rent. I want to address the sales tax comments. We have two sales tax initiatives that are put on the ballot, and it is going to be before our community to decide. Somewhere between $26, $28 million that can be generated. That's not property taxes, which I find very interesting that that part is not being mentioned. I'll take parks, for example. Within this proposed budget, our parks capital is roughly $3 million, $4 million, give or take. I know that they didn't get their full ask. That ask, right, those dollars, a lot of it's coming from the general fund, right? So let's do the math here. If Parks is getting $4 million from the general fund, but you can get $8 million from the sales tax, what does that mean? There's a possibility for us to shift some of the burden, some of the services that we have put on property taxes to a sales tax. Not only that, but let's talk about the value of the sales tax. The sales tax itself is not only paid by residents, but it's paid by visitors. Not bad for the state's #1 tourism destination, capital. We're probably the tourism capital of the Kansas City Metro, if I'm being honest. When it's all said and done, you build out Mattel, you build out American Royal. I don't think there's another place in the Kansas City Metro area that can compete with us. The sales tax we pass has to be paid by anybody that is patronizing those places. Is it perfect? No. Is it regressive? Absolutely. You can make that argument. But you know what I'd also say is regressive? Property taxes, insurance, your rent. Not a perfect solution, but what we're doing here right now every year, it ain't working. It ain't. We tried revenue neutral. That didn't work either. And so here's another possibility, not perfect, but here's another possibility. Here's another option to say, you know what? Maybe we can fund some of these programs, some of these services, some of these demands through another way. Edwardsville did it. KC Mo did it multiple times. They do it all the time, right? I heard someone bring up and say, hey, my property taxes are, or if I compare them to somebody that's in KC Mo, they're much lower in KC Mo. You know why? They have other revenue options. They have an earnings tax. They have multiple sales tax, both from the county and from the city. They have a larger population. There's a lot of reasons why. Higher household income. We need revenue diversification. And I can appreciate the heart behind the conversation, but I don't want us to get so bogged down in our emotions that we remove ourselves from the facts. We tried revenue neutral. It did not work. It just didn't work. It didn't. It didn't. And so I do believe that there is a need for the state to help us out. I think I would be absolutely in favor if we had the ability of freezing property taxes for our seniors, freezing property taxes for folks that are disabled. I would love to, but we as the local government have to be given the authority to do so. We can't just go around saying, you get this, you get that, without abiding by state law. And so I would love to do that and would gladly work through whatever budget implications that means. But we have to deal with the current reality right now. And the reality that we have right now is that revenue neutral does not work. COLA adjustments, collective bargaining agreements, right, have to be honored. We have capital expenses, closed bridges, closed community centers, a lack of sidewalks. I can go on. I can go on and on and on. What we are voting on tonight, again, it's not to freeze your individual property taxes. It is not. It is to say, do we want to collect a total amount of property taxes that is the same of the previous year? I do not believe this is offering the relief that it is. You know why? Because if revenue neutral worked, y'all wouldn't be here. I hear you. I hear you. And the issues are not just germane to Wyandotte County. In Johnson County, they're having the same conversations. In Douglas County, they're having the same conversations. It's not working, and it's because, again, property taxes has become I would say as regressive, if not more regressive. If you throw in rent, property taxes, and insurance, more regressive than what people are paying when they go to the pump or when they go grocery shopping. We're in a different economy. This is a different ballgame. It is. But I want to be very, very clear that we need to work within the realistic options that we have, honor the agreements, the collective bargaining agreements that we have in place, and try to repair our community. There are a lot of folks that came up here that said, I'm not only frustrated because of what I'm paying, I'm also frustrated because I don't see the impact. I don't feel like I'm getting anything, right? And I think for folks like me that have said, you know what, I don't like revenue neutral, I don't think it works, then yeah, it is incumbent on those commissioners to say, hey, you know what, if you're gonna vote to exceed revenue neutral, you need to return value to your community. And you need to figure out what that looks like.
Okay, Mr. Harding, thank you. You can be dismissed.
Thank you.
I've asked you not to speak and outburst. Thank you
out, man.
very much for your service, sir. Appreciate you.
There was also a comment about an audit. Last time I checked, we had a clean audit. We have professionals. Goodbye, sir. We have professionals that have said that, and that audit is online. If anybody would like to go and look at that audit, they can. There's another conversation on what are we doing about public safety, and a gentleman that said out west we don't have anything. Last time I checked, I think we are building a West Patrol station that this budget does include. And so again, I'm not saying that everything that we are discussing here solves all of the problems. What I am saying is that we're doing our best to be mindful and return value. And if you all can help us and we can help you on what that looks like, what does it look like for you to feel like you're getting what your taxes are worth? I would love to have that conversation in the same way we have the conversation of freezing our property taxes and going revenue neutral. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to say our revenue neutral, it worked. It was fine. We have a spending problem. 100%. But we got some boys, we have some department directors that just think it's willy-nilly, that they have access to, and I'm sorry that, they were given it. But we absolutely have a spending problem. We just think we can, cover everything, but the revenue neutral worked. It did. 100%. Sorry, some of my colleagues don't see that, but we can't, just have our little pet projects that we can fund and whatnot, but it worked. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? All right, then hearing none, I will entertain a motion for approval of the resolution to approve exceeding the revenue neutral rate. Can I get a motion?
Just point of clarification, we have not set our mill levy. I just want the public to understand that.
Correct. We have not set the mill levy. This is to exceed revenue neutral.
Pacheco, motion to approve.
David, second.
Right, it's been moved by Pacheco and it has been second by Commissioner Davis. Roll call, please.
Before roll call, I have a quick question, please.
Yes, Commissioner Stites.
I'm a little bit confused because I thought we had already voted. Was that just to notify the state of our intent to exceed revenue neutral?
And it was to set the public hearing.
It
Sorry.
was to set the public hearing,
Okay.
so we have to vote.
So we were just setting notifying them that our plan was to exceed revenue neutral and to set a public hearing, and this is the public hearing for that.
And actually, the notification you gave was to the clerk. So.
And you are correct.
Gotcha. Thank
So
you.
under state law, they set up a couple of gates, that was sort of the first gate, and then this is the next one.
I just wanted clarification on it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. Just quick clarification. I believe it was in the presentation. If we did not exceed revenue neutral, we'd be cutting mills to offset appraisals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, so to get to the revenue neutral rate, you do have to reduce the mills. The revenue intake would be the same, but you have to reduce the mills to get to it.
So even if, yeah, what is the 1.9, is that 1.9 city, 1.9 county?
Yes.
Okay, so even to get to a point where we just, even hypothetically, if we did not raise the mill at all and just captured appraisals, we would have to exceed revenue neutral to do that. Is that right?
That is
Okay, thank
correct.
you, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor, before we take roll call, we need to clarify that it's adopting the ordinance and resolution.
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites,
No.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
No.
Kump.
Aye.
The vote is 6-3. The motion carries.
Is Eon? No. he
Commissioner
never
Howard
made-
left.
All right. Well, with no further business to come before the governing body, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Pacheco, so moved.
Pacheco? Can I get a second?
Bynum second.
Bynum, second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Howard. Oh, he's not here. The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
That was interesting.